There we go. Okay. Good morning and welcome. This is the regular board meeting. It's July 10th, 2025. It is 10:01 a.m. This is the Cambria Community Services District regular meeting. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. And would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have all 5 of the directors here today, so we do have a quorum. And I do not have a president's report. We have a really full agenda, and I think there are going to be a lot of discussions. So I think we'll just go ahead and not worry about something that I might want to say. Agenda review. Do we have anything you guys want to change? No? Okay. Okay, board member communications. Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. Good morning to everybody. It's going to be a lovely day here in Cambria. Well, it already is, actually. So I have a statement to make here. It's going to take a little over a minute. So if you will just indulge me. I wish to, obviously, I'm an individual member of this board. So I'm not speaking for the board, just for myself. So I wish to condemn as strongly as I can the obscene assault on human rights and personal dignity being waged by ICE, United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, in Los Angeles and throughout our nation. ICE agents have been and continue to physically assault and mistreat members of our society, law-abiding residents and immigrants, doing so without reasonable cause, separating families, inflicting irreparable psychological and emotional harm, especially to children. People are fearful of going to work, to school, to shop, fearful of leaving their homes, afraid they may be deported, never to see their loved ones again. Tactics currently being used include roundups and raids without reasonable suspicion or probable cause, with faces covered and providing no identification, affecting public safety and social and economic well-being. Their actions are essentially undermining the integrity and essential nature of our society. I personally support the Hispanic and immigrant citizens of our community and elsewhere in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Is there any other board communication? No? Okay. Let's go to public comment then. All right. I have one form. This form is from Christine Heinrichs. Ms. Heinrichs?
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
I actually have 2 items today. Representative Jimmy Panetta wanted to hold a town hall in Cambria, but was told that the Vets Hall was booked and unavailable. The Vets Hall schedule shows no commitments for yesterday. Can you explain why the Vets Hall was not made available to Representative Panetta? And then supporting Director Farmer, I have a comment on that subject. You all, as elected members of the CSD board, took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of California. When you did, you didn't envision the times in which we find ourselves. Nevertheless, we are here, and I ask you to step up and take that oath seriously. We watch in horror as thugs, under color of authority, but without legal documents or identification, raid public places and kidnap those they target. These unlawful militaristic tactics threaten public safety and public health and hurt our local economy. These aggressive tactics are not about safety or justice, they're about intimidation. We can't be silent in the face of cruel and unlawful attacks on our immigrant communities. Cambrians strongly oppose the deployment of ICE, targeting people who are going to work, who are attending worship services and graduations. Hundreds of Cambrians took to the streets to protest these raids and other actions of the federal administration. Cambria's district staff, who are represented by SEIU Local 620, will appreciate your support for SEIU's statement condemning the detention of SEIU President David Huerta. Cambria would be proud of the board for making a clear statement rejecting these tactics. The board should request that the Sheriff's Department inform the public of how they intend to respond when unidentified individuals in unmarked vehicles with nothing designating them as law enforcement attempt to take people into custody. Palm Springs and other police departments have advised the public to call 911 to summon help from professional law enforcement. Other communities are stepping up. Examples of such resolutions and statements are available, such as one from Culver City Mayor Dan O'Brien, Santa Barbara's City Administrator. Showing our community's rejection of these secret police activities is important even in our small corner of the world. I ask the board and the general manager, who swore the same oath, to put this item on the August agenda and take action as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Is there anyone else here for public comment? Yes, please come up to the podium and identify yourself.
My name is Christine Sieber. I'm a 24-year resident of Cambria, and I'm here to talk to you today about safety for all. In 2022, April, I contacted Caltrans about new speed limit, lower and more deer signs through our town. And they did respond, and by the fall of that year, by rutting season, we had 6 new signs on the highway. They still don't seem to be helping. We have so many dead animals on the side of the road. It's just heartbreaking. So I'm here to speak on that. I'm a little emotional about it, sorry. I've been to NCAC, I've been to SlowCog, I've worked with John D'Annunzio. Most recently, I've been working with Blake Flixler. And I'm just here to ask if possibly there's any Cambria property that we own that we could put a notification about wildlife on the side of the road. Caltrans removes all the signs I put up promptly, and I understand that's what they do. But I put up many throughout Cambria, little deer fawn signs upon request. So I'm asking if someone could get back to me if there's any possibility of any property that we own in Cambria that you would help me advocate for this wildlife. I want to call out the general manager, and I want to thank you so much for your article about the wildlife and the mowing of the lots and calling that out. And I'd really greatly appreciate if you continue to advocate for the animals. We just have so many fawns being killed, and it's just so sad. I'm trying to do everything I can. I've teamed up with Rita Burton. We have well over 1,100 signatures on our petition. One petition, we sat at the farmer's market 3.5 months, and we got almost 600 signatures for the highway lower speed. And then I have an online petition that's been going on in a neighborhood, and it has over 500 signatures, and that's to lower the speed on all our county roads to a speed limit of 25, which is residential. Upon talking to Blake Flixler, he gave me so much information this last week that I didn't know and nobody ever shared with me. But like we're considered rural residential, which means we are not your normal residential area. But I would think that we would have a lower speed actually, because we are not your normal residential area, most of our town anyway. So, yes, I'm just here to see if anybody could get back to me about any kind of property I could make like a 10-foot banner, put it in a couple locations coming into town. You know, I really don't feel that the people that come into our community are as aware as they should be. And I'm here for safety for all. I am advocating for the wildlife, but I'm also advocating for people. You can definitely get very badly injured upon hitting a deer or another animal, or trying to swerve to prevent that happening. And we know we have an abundance of wildlife, and I think that's why most of us live here. So, yeah, I'm just gonna kind of wait and see if anybody has any suggestions of what I can do while I'm waiting.
Thank you, Ms. Seaver. You have your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment in-house? How about online?
Yes, Tina Dickinson.
Okay,
Thank you.
good morning, Ms. Dickinson.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. I came in a couple of minutes late. Was there a sheriff's report today?
not yet.
When is that coming?
We haven't got finished with public comment yet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Not a problem.
It's just that Ms. Sieber was speaking, I thought, okay, I'm confused. I thought the agenda had the sheriff's report before public comment on the agenda. No?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay, thank you. So, General Manager McElhaney, was there anything that you would like to comment on from those who have made public comment?
No, Madam President, we'll keep, you know, a series of updates during weed abatement season about the fawns and wildlife and things of that nature. And I imagine we'll have another update on our GM letter going out this week, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's go to public safety then. And is our sheriff here? I don't think we've had a sheriff here for.
Madam President, he is online.
Oh, great. Is it?
Good morning. Hi, Hank Abbas here. I'm the commander of the Sheriff's Coast Station. How's everyone doing this morning?
Good morning, Commander.
Hi there. So to report on our call statistics for last month, we had a total of 242 calls for service, which is down from 258 calls from service the same time last year. Of note, we had 18 disturbance calls, 19 suspicious circumstances calls, and 12 enforcement stops. That's what I have, unless anybody else has questions for me. It sounds like somebody might have had a question for me online.
Is there, did Ms. Dickinson raise her hand again? Okay, yes, please. Okay, Ms. Dickinson.
There we go. All right, Commander, I was out on the ranch, let's see, 2 Sundays ago, about 12:30 p.m. And as I approached the fire road, I was starting to walk on the fire road to do my walk. I was approached by a totally stark naked man. Is that part of your report? Because we ended up with, after a while, there was a sheriff's pickup truck arrived at the handicapped area as you approach the fire trail. And then later, after about 35, 40 minutes, another sheriff's vehicle, a Suburban, arrived. I talked to the deputy that first arrived and asked him if he was actually out there was looking for a man indecently exposed, and he indicated that he was. And he said, you know, where do you think he is? And I said, well, he's down the trail away. I said, he actually came, I saw him as he approached me. And then when I went home to get my camera to do I forgot my camera for my birding that I was planning to do. He actually walked behind me again and was going down the fire trail. Somebody said he was walking down Windsor towards Shamel Park, a couple that were at the park. And is that in your report?
So yeah, seeing as a call for service was generated, that would be incorporated in likely one of the disturbance calls for service that we responded to. I don't have any more specific information regarding that incident. If you're looking for more specifics, I could try to figure that out though.
Well, it sure took them a long time to find him. I mean, he was totally naked. Shouldn't have been that difficult, but I just wondered how it got resolved. Because then I went up on the Bluff Trail, walked there for about a half an hour, and I came back and the first vehicle was there and the second one arrived. So you know, to walk down to Shamel Park where the kids are in the swimming pool and lots of people there, and even on the Bluff and Fire Trail. It was a Sunday afternoon, so, you know, heavily used. Okay, I think it is just important that the public is made aware of these things that are happening in Cambria. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. Good morning, Commander.
Morning.
Thank you for your report. I just want to ask you a question with regard up at the top of your report where it says calls for service.
Yes.
And then calls for service last year. So I'm noticing while some have remained relatively the same, it went up a little bit in Cayucos by 7, 19 additional calls in Cambria, and 46 additional calls in Los Osos. Do you have any idea why there's this increase, especially in Cambria and Los Osos?
So those numbers, without a little bit of more context, might not be telling you what you think they're telling you. So to give you a little bit of context, so as we're looking at the number June under the June 1st through July 30th, that number under there is the total number of calls received in the Cambria CSD area. And that is going to be calls where deputies responded, calls that were made just to provide us information about something, calls that were made that were disconnected, again, servicing that the CSD area, so Cambria proper, and then the surrounding areas. The numbers as you start moving to the right are the number of different call types we responded to. So we have 150 or 200 different types of calls that we respond to. So that is telling us the number of different types of calls we responded to, not the number of calls. So for example, Avila had 31 different types of calls. So disturbances, traffic related, coroner's investigations, suspicious circumstances, again, different types of calls. Then as we look at the list below, the assault, batteries, disturbances, those are call types that that deal with public safety or general call types that people are more interested in. So we break those out separately and list the number of times you respond to those call types. So we're looking at 3 different categories of numbers when we look at the sheet. So again, to say why Cambria had 66 call types this month as opposed to 47 last month, I don't have a whole lot of information. The more relevant number is going to be the 242 versus the 258 in that first column.
Okay, that was probably well, let me just say, I appreciate your answer and thank you so much, even if I didn't quite understand it. So, but thank you. I know you got more to do than answer my question. Thank you.
Sure. No, and so what I would say is when you do look at this, there is information there that might not necessarily be as relevant. The number to look at whenever you look at this is the number under the date, and then the numbers as it goes down the list outlining the specific call types. Those would be the numbers to focus on, not the numbers in the columns at the top as you move past the month that I'm reporting on.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. And I'll just bring up three topics and comment as you will. The concern about the two teenage boys who were stabbed the night of June 29th and what's taken place on that. Lot of comments on social media, various channels on concern about the illegal fireworks that were going on before and during the 4th. And also about the graffiti on the footbridge between Main Street and the community park, dog park area.
Sure. With regards to the stabbing, again, that was a tragic incident, and it seemed I can't really get into too much of the specifics other than to say that two subjects from out of the county were apprehended as a result of the stabbing. And are going to be facing prosecution for that. With regards to the fireworks, so we had a maximum deployment out of our station in order to address primarily public safety with the influx of visitors and generally population that we had in the area serving that the coast station serves, including Avila, rural San Luis, Los Osos, rural Morro Bay, Cayucas, Cambria, up to county line. With regards specifically to the Cambria area, we had dedicated patrol personnel there throughout the day that were specifically tasked with patrol in Cambria. Generally, on a regular basis, there may be one or two deputies that serve everywhere, basically north of rural Morro Bay up to county line, just as a matter of our staffing deployment. But for 4th of July, we did have deputies that were specifically tasked to Cambria. In the evening, one of the teams of deputies ended up getting a DUI arrest just south of Cambria, I believe it was in the Harmony area, but leaving the Cambria area. So they were able to take that person into custody. With regards to the illegal fireworks deployment or the illegal fireworks discharges, we will be releasing statistics as a department reporting on the entire county's enforcement actions at a later date. I don't know exactly when that's going to be, but it should be in the coming days that the department will release numbers. Then finally, I think it was the graffiti that you mentioned. So if graffiti is located, feel free to call the sheriff's office. Generally, the cleanup is the responsible of the owner of the property. However, the sheriff's office does have a graffiti abatement vehicle. It's a vehicle that's configured to up to color matching potential surfaces in order to cover up the graffiti and try to maintain some similarity in the coloring. Sometimes when graffiti is covered up with badly mismatching coloring, it can almost be as bad as the graffiti. It can almost be as bad a blight as the graffiti itself. So that is a service that the sheriff's office offers. You can contact Sheriff's Dispatch and request to speak to somebody in crime prevention. They can provide more information about our graffiti abatement services.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay. Yes, anybody in-house for public comment? I didn't forget you.
Thank you, Commander, for coming, and it's been a long time. Referencing the ICE raids, how does the Sheriff's Department plan to respond to ICE raids in our county? And what do you recommend the public do in the event of these raids? Thank you.
So federal agencies operate in their own capacity. The sheriff's office is rarely notified if federal agencies are conducting operations. In some instances, they might advise us for situational awareness, but it's our policy and state law that we don't provide assistance to federal agencies or particularly immigration information to federal agencies.
Okay, thank you, Commander. Is there anyone else in-house that would like to speak to public comment on this issue? No? How about online?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commander. We appreciate your report. Okay, let's go to 4B then, California Highway Patrol, CHP report. Do we have someone? Nope. Okay. Well, I'm going to report. And I think Director Farmer too. I got stopped at Ardath, Ardath and Burton, for not stopping. I did stop, but he didn't believe me. So, but, but Officer Pratt was the person who stopped me, and he was very, very nice. And he just said to not stop at those stop signs. And I said, okay. And he gave me a warning. He didn't give me a ticket, but I wanted to say thanks. He says, we have a lot of complaints about people not stopping at Ardath and Burton.
I wasn't necessarily going to comment, but since President Scott, who I shared my situation with, has pointed out that I was also, I want to make one, I do want to make one comment. Mr. Pratt, Jeremy Pratt, was probably one of the most cordial individuals I've ever met in any situation, much less being pulled over for not necessarily following the law. But, you know, I told her, I said, look, he said, how long have you lived here? I said, 38 and a half years. And I said, you know, this intersection here, I slowed down. I thought it was sufficient. So he had the video. I mean, yeah, I did slow down, but I basically just drove right through the intersection. It was funny watching the video of me, well, breaking the law. You know what I mean? But like I said, he was just, and not that this matters, but in the conversation that we shared, he's been on the, Mr. Pratt, he's been on with the CHP for 15 years. He's going to retire in 5 years and wants to become a school teacher. And so, like I said, I found him to be a very engaging and pleasant and polite individual, which says a lot for at least the CHP that are hanging out in our community and enforcing the law. So, well, obviously Burton and Ardath, man, which is like, it just is what, so just to let anybody know, I know, well, let's put it this way. We all cross Burton and Ardath, especially the other two members of the male gender to my right here, we all go through Burton and Ardath. So just to let you know, gentlemen.
Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Yeah, this is a good reminder. This is that CHP does patrol within Cambria. I think people, especially who come from other parts of the state, like urban areas, think of the CHP as the guys out on the highway and the freeway, and then local law enforcement does street patrol. But we do have CHP. I mean, they do things like if there's a abandoned car on the street, you call CHP. CHP does very local service here, and it's very much appreciated, I think, too. Even if you get caught, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Director Gray. Is there any public comment in-house on this report? No? How about online?
No.
Okay, good. Nobody's going to crucify me here. All right. Let's go to our CCSD Fire Chief's report. And he is in-house. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So this is the fire chief's report for June of 2025. As you can see from the report, we were extremely busy that month. And so we had 109 total incidents. And again, as you can see in comparison for the year before, we had 79. So that included 2 false alarms, 34 public assists, 2 hazardous conditions, 69 medical emergencies, and 2 fires. The comparison information there listed us, we serviced 71 residents, non-residents for 27. And then I mentioned the year 2024 total. The year-to-date total so far, 2025 is 548. And the year-to-date total for 2024 was 478. Our training this month focused on a lot of our structure based fires, which as you know, we've been downstaffed from the SAFER. When the SAFER ended, we lost three firefighters. And so we had to kind of do a lot of training on what that looks like for 3 versus 4 responding to all of our emergencies. So that's really where we focused. We also added some water tender operations in there, which included the drafting and the porta tank deployment. Public education, the IAFF, our local union for the firefighters, they put on a phenomenal, what my opinion was a phenomenal skate park, Skate Cambria fundraiser. I don't have the exact numbers, but I believe it was somewhere around $8,400 was raised for that, for Skate Cambria. So I was very proud of those guys, and they did a heck of a job, made an amazing chili if you guys were actually had a chance to get down there. So I want to publicly state as well, B Shift did win that. So just wanted to make that clear. All of them did a great job. Down into public service, you can see we did business inspections. We had 6 of them, 12 defensible space residential inspections, and we had 5 smoke detector changes. And as always, I want to remind everybody that this report and a more detailed report is available online if you choose to want more information. With that concludes my report, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any thing from the board members? Yes, Director.
Thank you for your report. And B Shift, that was the one that served Leroy, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
He was very proud of that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Director Farmer.
I just also want to comment on the really fun fundraiser that took place with regard to the skate park. And thank you for the fire department for doing that. But I basically want to comment on the vegan chili, and which some people said, Harry, we just did this for you. It was really good. So thank you.
Yes, Director Gray.
Thank you, President Scott. Yes, Chief Berkey, I had a question about the on the public service category, which I guess the public service category under instance includes the items on the next page, right? The business inspections and so forth. I noticed there are 12 dispensable space residential inspections, which seems to be an uptick. So I was wondering if that has anything to do with getting the word out. And I understand these are still driven by people, I guess complaint driven, you can call it that. You're not going around randomly inspecting. So these are actually people, homeowners, basically telling you about a problem. So it sounds to me, if you agree, I don't know, there does seem to be an uptick based on, hopefully on our kind of consciousness raising around here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And most of those are citizens calling us to come inspect their own homes.
Yeah.
That's typically what those are, saying, hey, can you come do we feel like we're doing okay. We need you to inspect our home. And so that's usually what those are. We do still get the my neighbors, type complaints. But yeah, I agree. And I think it absolutely is pointing directly towards our public education and what kind of the raising the awareness that we've been doing. And I think that directly correlates with the amount of defensible space inspections that we're doing, for sure. And I want to mention too that we have a lot of help with this as well. Red Cross has been doing a great job of, excuse me, of doing their defensible space inspections as well. And so it's not just us alone. And so I feel like it's a great team effort that's occurring here in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gray. Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. And yes, once again, kudos on the fundraiser. I happen to have been batching it that weekend, and so I brought my Snapware and for a donation. I brought home. That was my weekend. So thanks again, and I concur with the outcomes. All four were great, including the healthcare partners. Can you tell us a wee bit about the two fires and the two hazardous conditions?
Yeah, so the two fires were, one of them, I believe, was what was it? It was a dryer fire down on Moonstone Beach at one of the hotels. And then the other was a debris fire. I don't know the specifics. It was up in Lodge Hill West area, I believe, kind of upper Marine Terrace area. And if I remember correctly, that was somebody had dumped their coals into a bucket or something near their fire, and it was just smoldering, and I think it ended up igniting. The two hazardous conditions, I don't have the specific information on that. I'd have to look at my reports and see what those were, what exactly those were. Most likely they were, typically they can be power lines down or tree down or something along those lines, or, if there's a wind event or anything. I mean, the hazardous conditions is kind of a wide category. It can be anything from that to, a type of a call for an ocean rescue or something like that doesn't end up being or an actual rescue. So
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah.
Yep.
And if it was a big deal, you'd know. So we're good.
yeah,
Thank you.
for sure. Yep.
Yes, Director Dean.
Someone reported on social media a hazardous condition where they were putting in a retaining wall and someone who was digging the footing broke through a gas line. So I
That-
think,
that
I
would
think that
be-
was probably one of the.
Yep, that
hazardous
was one of them.
conditions.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that was up on Berwick.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there any public comment in-house? How about online?
Yes, Gordon Heinrichs.
Okay. Mr. Heinrichs?
Hello there. Fire Chief, I'd like just to see if you could provide an update on the fundraiser that was done by the focus group for the items that were on auction for the fire department improvements.
Yes, absolutely. So right now they're in the kind of procurement process of they're purchasing items that were funded. Right now, I believe we have the fencing that's being put in. I think it's next week or maybe 2 weeks from now. I don't know the exact date, but the IFF, the gentleman that's running it, one of our fire captains is he's basically in charge. They're kind of working with the Fire Safe Council to get the funding. I know that they've purchased our thermal imaging cameras. Also, I believe they've purchased our lockers that were funded, and then again the fencing that's coming in. So it's a work in progress. It's a little bit slow just to get everything make sure that they're kind of going through the right processes. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at.
Can I follow up on that, Madam President? I just want to make it clear that these fundraising efforts were done through that group. It's being funneled through a 501c3. It is not the CCSD who is managing any of these monies, budgeting, or anything of that nature. This is run through that charitable organization who is now using the Fire Safe Focus Group as the 501c3, as the banker, much like the Cambria Community Council. The CCSD does not have those funds, is not managing those funds. They're working with the fire chief on what to purchase and when those will be installed. Just want to make that clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
General Manager. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead to the consent agenda then. Is there anything that any of the board members want to pull off on the consent agenda?
I don't necessarily, oh, excuse me.
Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. I don't necessarily want to pull anything. I just want to ask 2 or 3 questions regarding the expenditure report.
Sure.
Okay, well, first, let me see here on page 10. I just want to acknowledge the fact that Carol Deem, she spoke at our meeting in June with regard to complaining that she was billed for the lot next to her that wasn't hers for the weed abatement. And she spoke at some length, and this was resolved. As you can see, she received a refund. Where is it at here? It's right at the, what did I say, page 10?
Yep.
Yeah. So I believe it is on page
Yeah.
10. And so it was resolved, and she was given her money, and I think she's happier now. So I would acknowledge staff for doing that. Also on page 11, Grace Environmental Services. So obviously there's a bill there for just under $88,000. Obviously they were the folks that upgraded our water meters, which is going to save us a lot of money. So I just wanted to make sure that this was the final bill that we're getting from them, and that this was somewhere in the range of ultimately the $210,000 that the bid was. So perhaps the general manager, Mr. Green, can acknowledge that.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, that was the final invoice according to our finance personnel. And as far as we know, there was no overages. This was right on budget. However, if there's any change orders or anything like that, I would let you know. But as far as I know, Mr. Green and Ms. Fritz have confirmed that we were on budget, and that is the last, should be the last invoice you'll see.
All right. I just want to make sure, because some folks in town are still a little bit upset as to how this happened. So I'm hoping that the fact that it was done way ahead of time and done under budget is something that resolves any anxiety that people might have on this. So also on page 14, under professional water technologies, water department, Grund-Foss dosing pumps, just under $18,000. So I just want to find out what that was.
Yeah, so those are the 10 chemical dosing pumps that we have at the WRF. So that includes calcium chloride, sodium hypochlorite, antiscalant, citric acid, hydrogen peroxide, caustic soda, and aqueous ammonia. So those are the 10 chemical pumps. Those are the original chemical pumps that came installed with the WRF. So these are the replacement models for those. They're having programming issues, and half of them are failing right now as we speak. So this is an effort to purchase this ahead of our pilot run that we're scheduling for October of this year.
Okay, so I understand that the WRF is kind of under the water department. I guess it would have been nice if it had said WRF. And let me just say that people might be interested in knowing that we had to spend this kind of money for chemicals at the facility that isn't operating. I just want to put that out there. Pardon me for stating that, but there we are. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Director Dean.
Okay, on page 8, the brass bodies from Badger Meter. I was curious how many brass bodies that $1,015 covers.
I believe 12. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a case quantity of 12. So we've got that as we're replacing some of the AMI. If we found out immediately that meter was not working, we were exchanging it out at that time with that brass body.
Oh, good, that keeps.
So yeah, so
having
that
to
was
go
a
in
surplus.
twice.
We're purchasing in parallel with the AMI as well.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board members? Okay, so public comment? Do we have anybody in house? How about online?
Tina Dickinson.
Okay, Ms. Dickinson?
Thank you. I was actually going to touch on that also, page 8, the brass bodies, because when this was first brought up years ago about replacing the meters, it was the understanding for the money was that we were going to be complete new water meters, Badger meters. And then it was decided, well, no, all we need are parts. And then we got the parts. And so my question is there expectation that there will be more of the brass bodies that are going to be required? And that's for the general manager or Mr. Green.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dickinson.
We can both answer that one, Madam President.
Okay.
So we've taken a phased approach at this. Obviously, if we were to replace all the brass bodies within the district, we're talking about a multi-million-dollar project. As Mr. Green has brought up before, the AMI water meters will inform us on the brass bodies that need to be replaced immediately, hence these 12. We can definitely anticipate more brass bodies as we get this data coming in from AMI that will trigger some of these brass body replacements. Mr. Green and I are looking at long-range financial options for how all of these will be replaced over time, but it's a significant expense. And as we know, as a lot of the projects we have in the district, we're trying to do it as economically as possible. And we're just not in the position right now to do a massive brass body, exchange for everybody. So we're trying to target those that are failing now and gather the data on which ones need to be replaced.
I'll add some in addition to that as well. The phased approach is beneficial for at the end of life as well. So what happens to the water department recently in the last 5 years doesn't happen again. So again, our strategy was to replace 1,000 brass bodies every year. That's a digestible amount financially. And at the end of its 25-year life, you don't have the whole town falling off and manually reading as we've been doing for the last 5 years. So that was also a little methodology into our approach for that phase.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
You bet.
Yes, Director Farmer. Oh, okay. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay. So do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I so move.
I second the motion.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay. Let's now go to the section under regular business. And the first agenda item is 6A, discussion and consideration related to the WRF. Mr. McLean.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 6A, discussion and consideration of approval of an addendum to the subsequent environmental impact report, which is known as the SEIR for the water reclamation facility. There's no fiscal impact for this item. In July of 2017, the district adopted Resolution 34-2017 certifying the SEIR for the water reclamation facility project, then known as the SWF. This is prepared in compliance for the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA, and evaluated the project's potential environmental impact, including those related to water, air quality, noise, traffic, biological resources, et cetera. With some of the project description changes and our updated project description, the permitting of the WRF, which is underway as we speak, and I'll update that in my GM letter. The addition of the zero liquid discharge, removal of the pond liner, and some of the other infrastructure in the Van Gordon Reservoir, and some of the updates to CEQA in terms of tribal cultural impacts and wildfire to be analyzed. We have to update the SEIR and do that publicly as a part of our permitting process. And so the details are here. Most of those revolve around the changes to the project description, which is the potential use of ZLD. Obviously, we're waiting on that pilot project to kick off, but we've been working with the county to include it in the SER as one of the options for brine disposal. And so those details have been outlined here in the updated amended SEIR. And with that, I can turn it over to Mr. Green for questions or myself and turn it back to the board.
Okay. Thank you. The board have any questions? Okay, Mr. Green? Is there anything that you want to add?
I mean, I think we've covered this at length several times, so I do have a little bit of WRF fatigue. We've been covering this for a long time, so whatever questions our board may have. But Matt, our general manager, Matt Colhoney, did a fantastic job setting it up. So yeah, I don't have anything more to add. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have anything from the board, so let's go to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, sorry, but I can take public comment first and then I can,
Go right ahead.
all right, thank you, President Scott. The first thing I want to do is just on page 28, right there at the beginning, where it says, undergone several developments that trigger the need for additional environmental review under CEQA. And the first one is the proposed addition of a zero liquid discharge facility, which, if I'm not mistaken, the estimate has been that if this actually does take place, it's going to cost about $2 million. Also, the planned removal of the pond liner, I believe is about $1 million. So I just wanted to point out the additional costs that will be taking place as we move forward and resolving this project's problems. But also, I understand the project fatigue. We all have it. There's no doubt about it. Thank you, Mr. Green. So I just want to bring this up because I brought it up before when Mr. Dienzo was our utilities manager and then our interim general manager. And this would be on page 116. So I'll wait until folks have the opportunity to get to that page.
As we approach to get that page, Director Farmer, Mr. Green and I have not gotten any quotes on the ZLD. So I'm not sure where the $2 million figure came from. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong, but we're working on the pilot, and then there's a lot yet to be determined in terms of what the ZLD would actually cost. I don't think we've gotten that far yet. We'll definitely obviously update the board on the ZLD cost, not only for the purchase of the actual equipment, if it was to be installed, obviously that would come before the board. We also don't know what it would cost to run in terms of electrical draw and power for PG&E, or if solar would be an option. We also haven't necessarily been able to get a quote on what it would take to restore Van Gorn Creek and remove all of those things. It also depends on the conversation with the Coastal Commission when we talk about what they would like to see in terms of its restoration, mitigation. That's going to be kind of a negotiation at the Coastal Commission level on appeal, which we know will get appealed. But we'll definitely update you on some of the cost estimates with ZLD and the pond liner.
All right, thank you so much. I can't recall the exact date, but it was at an R&I meeting when the CLD was being discussed. And I believe that, and at that point, the amount of, and I guess I could request that Director Dean, who is the chair of the R&I committee, that she might have some recollection of this. But I do recall that it was under discussion. This is a number of months ago. It could have been a year or so. And this figure, and it might have been presented by Mr. Key. I'm not sure, but that was a number that was bandied around, the cost ultimately being $2 million. So that's where I got that from. I mean, just didn't make either one of those numbers up, but you're right that I can't necessarily state with absolute fact that those are the figures. Okay. Thank you. So getting back to pay, did you want to comment at all, Director Dean, on what I just said?
I think that number was thrown out as an estimate from Clark Easter, but he didn't really know for sure because every area that they were doing the ZLD in was different. So I don't think that was an exact number. And as far as the $1 million, sorry, I have trouble with big numbers. $1 million for the pond liner removal. I believe that was back in 2017 after we had the notice of violation for the brine impoundment basin. And I believe, was Bob Russian still here then?
Now, that was during interim Pavo Ogren's term, and he had 3 models from
Right.
Canon that were developed.
Yeah, so they researched what could be done with the brine pond. And that was a number that came up as they itemized out what it would cost to take out the pond liner and what it would cost to do various types of underground water storage. So that's where that number came from, but I don't know that it's accurate now at all.
That's why Director Dean is still on this board. Thank you, Director Dean. Okay, now getting to now getting to page 116. Thank you. So I brought this up before, like I said, when Mr. D'Enzo was utilities manager and interim general manager, because there seems to be a contradiction with regard to the statement here under 3.2.5 water reclamation facility hours of operation. So in the first line, it says, during normal precipitation years, it is anticipated that the operation of the WRF would begin in July and run until September. Operating and maintaining the WRF equipment during normal precipitation years requires on-site full-time staff, so on and so forth. Then it says on paragraph 3, the plant would not need to be operated during wet or normal rainfall periods, except for gradient control purposes. So one of them says during normal precipitation years, we will be operating the facility. And then it says further down, the plant would not need to be operated during normal rainfall periods. So there's a certain contradiction there. And I realized when I brought it up, 2 or 3 years ago with Mr. D'Enzo, he said that I was kind of confusing the situation. So am I confusing the situation, or are there two contradictory statements there?
I mean, it would appear to be contradictory. We're trying to paint accuracy, but then with a broad brush, if that makes sense in some of this. That's operational scenarios vary on several metrics: rainfall, aquifer levels, whether we have a king tide, and that affects some of that aquifer levels in 9P7. So there's several metrics that we look at. So it's hard to say with specificity broadly that we're going to operate under these circumstances during these times. In a year such as like this, where we've had 70% of our rainfall, I would see us, if we had a regular permit, I would operate that in September and October at a processing at a slow rate where we could get 50 acre foot a month and operate it for 2 months and restore 100 acre feet to that aquifer. So that way we're not reaching those 7.5 and 8 foot depth levels. So that way, if we do go into a following dry season, which becomes more dry or drier, that way you'd have already kind of mended or supplied that aquifer some supplemental benefit going into the next dry season. And then if that dry season continues, then the extension of those periods of duration of running time or operational time increase. It's basically metrics based, and that's difficult to express sometimes.
I do recall when we were discussing this matter, it was either at the May or June meeting, and it was brought up with regard to the stages. That's right. And I was proposing that we discuss going to stage 2 in July as opposed to August. But I seem to recall that at that time, there was speculation that if the dry weather continued, that we would quite likely be operating the WRF in late summer and fall of 2026. But you just made the comment that perhaps we might be, with the way you're seeing the circumstances, that we might do it later this year. Did I just hear you say that?
Well, we're performing the pilot run, but as far as like normal operations for reinjection, that's all metrics based. But if we did have a regular permit for operation, as we're trying to achieve right now, I would fire up that plant in September and October and start reinjecting.
Of this year?
Of this year, correct.
Okay, well, I guess I'm glad that I brought this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. And as I read this section that Director Farmer just discussed, a potential disconnect, during normal precipitation years was the first paragraph. Then when I read the third paragraph, the plant would not need to be operated during wet or normal rainfall periods. When I saw those were not contradictory statements, in that I assumed, and maybe incorrectly, but I assumed that meant that all right, when it's raining, we're not going to run the WRF. That's how I took that sentence. Was I close to understanding that, or then I have one other issue, but
No, but that's exactly the breadth of what we're trying to say. Exactly, yeah. During a normal rainfall year, initially after that, there's no really need to that. You can't fill up an aquifer that's already overflowing.
yeah, that's why I took it though. So in that light, perhaps there is not a disconnect between these two paragraphs. Also, there's a great deal of uncertainty about whether the ZLD pilot test will be successful. It seems that, well, we'll find that out, but when it's time to run the WRF, if once we get a permit, it seems that will come to the board in any case. So we'll have ample opportunity to understand the results well in advance of that decision of whether we proceed with trucking or not. So, any sense that we may have heard of, we should wait until after that pilot, I would say no, proceed now, get this permit, and learn what we learn. We'll have ample opportunity to, as a board, comment on when we run the WRF. Am I on the right page?
Absolutely, correct.
Yes, Vice President Thomas, I envision as we move through the permitting process, if we were to receive a full CDP for the WRF, it would be coming before the board, probably to establish some sort of policy on when that is operated because of the fiscal impact of operating that facility. So not to mention the potential cost of the ZLD weighed against the cost of trucking, or if the ZLD doesn't work, we would need to talk about, how we're going to operate the WRF and what parameters the board feels comfortable, because as we know, it's very, very expensive to run the WRF and truck the brine. So I think that there'll be a phased approach. The fact that we're even talking about a potential policy of how the WRF would run for us is a positive step forward, meaning that we're getting closer to hopefully achieving the CDP. Again, I'll update you on some of the conversations I've had with the county and the Coastal Commission recently in my GM letter. But I do envision that coming before the board so we could talk about some sort of a board policy in terms of its fiscal impact and how that affects operations.
Yes. Director Greg.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Yeah, just following up on the discussion of the concentrate disposal in section 3212. I noticed that the wording is now that the CC, again, this is the 6 lines down in that paragraph. The CCSD would likely haul the brine for disposal to the CSD in the South County facility. And then, however, if the CCSD were to reach the daily brine disposal limit, an alternative disposal site, such as Kettleman Hills has waste facility, would be utilized. But does this language include a closer disposal site if we are able to use one?
I can let Mr. Green chime in, but my belief is it doesn't preclude it if we were to find an alternative site. We're always trying to think outside the box on other options for brine disposal that would be cheaper, but I don't believe this would lock us into only those 2 sites. Is that correct?
That's correct. If we can find a closer alternative location that would be approved, then we would obviously utilize that.
Thank you.
Yes, Director
Yeah.
Dean.
It says such as, that doesn't mean it's going to be that one
Right.
specifically.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you, President Scott. Well, I just want to make the comment. I guess I should thank Vice President Thomas, as well as Mr. Green, for clarifying with regard to when it was going to be operating and when the plant wasn't going to be operating. But also I appreciate the fact that General Manager commented on the expense that we would be incurring when in fact we do operate this and how unpredictable that circumstance is. So let's hope that we don't have an extreme dry season next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farmer. Okay. So we're ready for public comment then. I have a piece of paper from Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that discussion. Clearly, the board is as confused as the rest of us about this report, which doesn't really seem to be ready for prime time and for board consideration, given the many unknowns and speculations involved. It proposes that the board approve this report ending construction of a zero liquid discharge facility and its associated infrastructure when no one knows whether this technology will even work. In 3 years, the district has been unable even to construct the pilot project on which zero liquid discharge would be tested. Will that be done this year? Since it has not even been tested or tried, no one knows what zero liquid discharge might cost, although we've had some suggestions, very expensive, or how it would work. Global Water Innovation CEO Clark Easter has proposed at least 2 possible processes. This report doesn't address or even mention these major omissions. It also doesn't mention the still incomplete coastal development permit application and the information hold placed on it by the county. The first 90-day deadline on that is August 4th. How's that coming? Please table this or send it to the Resources and Infrastructure Committee for review before taking action. This contains too many unknown and unaddressed issues for the board to approve it at this time, as your discussion has just shown. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Is there any response or?
So this is a environmental impact report addendum. So a lot of what was just spoken doesn't belong in it. And we've discussed ad nauseum about the ZLD project through R&I multiple times. And it is a pilot project that has to be run and operated during a specific time of year. It is a project that the district is not paying for in terms of the pilot. We're not in control of that, essentially close to free pilot project that will evaluate whether it can be used. The apparatus itself wasn't ready, and so that pushed the timeline back. I believe October, Mr. Green was talking about is when we were looking to operate it. Mr. Green is going to be going to Kalinga next week to take a look at a ZLD project that's underway. Once that pilot comes and we find it to be effective or not effective, it'll come before the board to be discussed. So again, this is an environmental impact report. It's not a staff report. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in-house that would like to make comment, public comment? Okay, how about online?
Yes, Tina Dickinson.
Okay, Ms. Dickinson?
Thank you. I think this is way premature for the board to take a vote on this. It reminds me of what we went through in 2014 with a rush to judgment to the plant that it started in January of 2014 with a $500,000 down payment to CDM Smith to begin construction. This reminds me again of really some thoughtlessness on the part of the district. And if the board goes ahead with this, I think first of all, the pilot study needs to be done. You need to get the results to find out if it's feasible, if it's actually workable. And so to do that just makes absolutely no sense. As far as the Coastal Commission, they've made it very clear in comments what they expect from the decommissioned evaporation pond and how they would like to see it restored back to natural habitat. That's a no-brainer. It's been out there many times. I've been in touch with the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board over the Piru facility. They were supposed to build a brand new wastewater treatment plant they were asked to do that in 2010. They have not built one. They have upgraded it. And the END program that they were supposed to be using, that's similar to the ZLD, it is not ready. So I talked to a very senior person at the Regional Water Quality Control Board in LA yesterday. Plus, I've got tons of reports on that facility. Mr. Green told me on Monday, when I asked him about Piru, he said, "Oh, we're going to Piru for a site visit." But now the general manager says he's going to Coalinga. So which is it? We were told by Mr. Easter he was bragging about the Piru situation and his involvement there. I can find nothing in the reports that even mentions global water innovations. That's not to say that they weren't involved at the very beginning, but it was another firm that was hired to work on the desalting process. So none of it's actually been done in Piru. I mean, they've been working on it, but it is not complete. And so it may be a good idea to go down to Piru and see exactly what's going on. The cost that was brought up by the regional board for ZLD, and this is for a town of 2,300, Piru, was exorbitant. And so going forward, with what we've already paid, and you expect us to continue on, it is something that I think this board needs to seriously consider before you vote on it. This should not be voted on today. We need results from the pilot study before you take any kind of action going further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Anybody else online?
Yes, we have quite a few more. Crosby and Laura Swartz.
Okay. Crosby and Laura Schwartz.
Good morning, Chair Scott, members of the board and staff. I have a comment on the information that appears on the zero liquid discharge that appears to be missing from this draft addendum to the SEIR. On page 11 of the draft addendum to the SEIR, paragraphs 3.2.1 and subsequent paragraphs address disposal of the semi-solid waste material produced by operation of the ZLD facility. However, there is no description of how the purified water produced by the operation of the ZLD facility will be disposed of. When the WRF is operating at maximum pumping capacity, which is 425 gallons per minute injection, the ZLD system will be discharging 50,616 gallons of purified water per day. The ZLD discharge water could be pumped into the aquifer at the percolation pond, or it could be injected into the aquifer at the injection well. Please revise the draft addendum to describe how the ZLD facility discharge will be directed. Either way, pumping water from the ZLD facility into the aquifer could have adverse effects from chemicals added during processing. These potential adverse effects must be addressed by the SEIR or the SEIR addendum. Thank you for your consideration of this important matter. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you so much.
Don Howe.
Okay.
Uh,
Mr. Howe?
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I read the addendum with considerable interest. And I have to say that while I certainly appreciate my fellow community members and their involvement and very considerable engaging with this topic, I have to say that I'm actually quite pleased with the addendum. I think it's a good job and it's a good step forward, and it's about time that we can move forward with this. I would, however, point you to page 111 of the packet, which is page 4 of the addendum. There appears to be a typo, which is significant enough that there may be some meaning attached to it. Here, let me get it. It's the last the last paragraph, the last sentence of the last paragraph on page 4, it's in paragraph 2.2.4, where it says the SWF would modify the brine storage, treatment, and disposal process by instead discharging the RO concentrate. And this is where I think the typo is, or reject water would be discharged from the, there's seems to be the grammar is either not right or there's a missing word. So it's a little hard for me to get a clear meaning out of that sentence. So I just wanted to bring that forward. But other than that, as I said, I don't share the misgivings of some of our engaged community. And I think that this is a good job, and it's certainly this board should move forward with this addendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Okay.
Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Okay, Dr. Bettenhausen?
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes.
I have only 2 questions. One, the report before you and the addendum, that is, the official addendum, was prepared by January of this year. That's 7 months ago. I want to know why the board is only taking this up now, 7 months later. It was prepared and ready to go in January. The second request is that it has been 8 years since the 2017 report was ratified. And I want to raise the possibility that there are certain changes that may have been taken or happened or transpired in the period of 8 years. For example, it's possible that there are tribal cultural impacts and wildfire that have risen that weren't present in 8 years ago. It's possible that the zero liquid discharge might have consequences that are different from 8 years ago, but we'll never know because we haven't had any. We have not had any testing of this technique in our situation. So I don't know whether the board is fully aware, but you are approving a document, if you so do, that was prepared 7 months ago by a consultant that we hired to do this, although we couldn't find any record of what the acronym for the consultant meant. It's all very, very strange. And I hope that you will put this on the table and take it up again in the future when you have material to include in the document other than this will be covered by mitigation. Again and again, ZLD, zero liquid discharge, the effects of it, this will be covered by mitigation. It's added again and again throughout this throughout the addendum. And I don't see that we have had a single test to show that it's true. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Mr. McElhaney, is there anything that you would like to say prior to our vote?
Sure. We have to amend the addendum for the possibilities of its impacts on the environmental report. This does not lock us into using the ZLD. Once again, we've talked ad nauseum that we will bring all those options before the board. This has to be added into the environmental impact report as an option for brine disposal, much like the trucking and the hauling. The mitigation for the pond is, there is some disagreement and different philosophies on what the restoration actually means when we talk about what it looked like before the liner went in. And so we've had these conversations with the Coastal Commission. We will continue to have the conversations with the Coastal Commission on what they would like to see in terms of that restoration. There's several options on the table. Could it be a wetland for frog habitat? So there's a lot of different things that we're looking at with the Coastal Commission. We've been transparent with them. Again, I'll update my GM letter, some of the conversations that we've had. But these are just options within the SCIR. It does not lock the board into committing to using ZLD. That's a discussion for the future once we work out costs and if that pilot project proves to be effective. But including it into the SCIR aids in us moving the permitting process forward. And so we've had conversations with the county about this. Mr. Green can talk about his conversations with the Regional Water Control Board. In terms of the ZLD, I believe he's been able to add that to our permit.
Our new wastewater WDR, this component has been added into that as of right now.
And that's through our regulatory bodies. So we've had those discussions. So, and that's it.
Is there a reason why this was finished in January and we're seeing it now?
I think our consultants were working on it past January.
I think we actually finished it up in April. So yeah.
Okay. Yes, Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. I had actually had a question for, I guess, either Mr. McElhaney or Mr. Green related to one of the public comments. And also, I wanted to suggest an edit to that passage that Mr. Howell was highlighting. The first question I have, I think, is in Mr. Swartz's comment about the where the purified water from the ZLD would go. I didn't see a problem with purified water going back into the environment. But just to clarify that, it's basically the same quality. It will be the same quality water as comes out of the AWTP, right? At the
right. So
yeah.
So the brine concentrate permeate will be discharged back to land. This is why it's on our WDR.
Right.
So that analysis of that permeate was the results of that analysis were sent to James Bishop at the time, which is a water board's chief engineering officer there, and he approved of the analytics for that permeate to be discharged to land.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And if anybody will indulge me with the suggested revision of the language, Mr. Howell has a valid point because there's some incomplete editing or some language was left in when the passage was changed. I will suggest this change, and you can adopt it if you wish. This is on the bottom of the, let's see, oh yeah, second sentence of that paragraph at the bottom of the page in 224, page 4 of the document. It says the SWF would modify the brine storage treatment and disposal process by instead discharging the RO concentrate or reject water and then deleting the words would be discharged from the, instead saying, deleting the words would be discharged from the AWTP and going straight to 4 Baker tanks for storage as it is now. And then another change after then changing the verb case to then hauling it off-site. In other words, active verb, then hauling it off-site for disposal rather than evaporation. Evaporation also would be a change from evaporated. Make it active verbs and cut out the language that was, I think, left over probably from an earlier version.
We've taken those notes and we can make that adjustment.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, Director Dean.
Well, Director Gray covered part of it, but I just wanted to say that ad nauseum was a good word that General Manager used, because as an ad hoc committee of the board for this process, we have looked at this up one side and down the other. And this is part of our information hold that we do this. And so we are trying to respond to the county's information holds. And the last time we actually met with the county, including the ad hoc committee, we had 7 items left. And I believe we're down to less than that at this point. So we are moving forward. But the ZLD is in here just as an option, just because it's mentioned in here. And it does say proposed. It does not say we're absolutely doing it. And it's up to the board whether we do or not. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that I didn't confuse it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dean. Yes, Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you, President Scott. Pardon me, what Director Gray was just reading there, and he referenced the AWTP. So just for folks that might wonder, well, what does that mean? Well, that was one of the titles of the project. Very briefly, actually, when we went from the EWS, which is the Emergency Water Supply Project, to the SWF, for a short while, it was the Advanced Water Treatment Project, therefore the AWTP. So I thought I would clarify that. And so the name continues to be changed to protect the guilty. Thank you.
Yes, Director Dean.
I was told that AWTP referred to the process and the WRF referred to the entire facility.
Except, I was going to say that too. The AWTP is the processing, that's sort of the central processing unit in a sense. But there's a lot of other components. There's 9P7, there's the injection wells, there's the disposal, and they're all around the AWTP. But the AWTP is still a valid term for that central unit there, basically, the processing unit.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, and well put on the AWTP. It's the plant, the processing plant. I just wanted to point out, we look at our strategic plan that we approved earlier this year. One of the objectives is gain approval of the coastal development permit for the water reclamation facility. We are not voting on whether to proceed with the construction of the zero liquid discharge. We are not voting on whatever the proposal is going to be for mitigating the Van Gordon Reservoir. We are voting to approve this addendum to the SEIR, and we have found one minor word refinement in it. So are we ready for a motion?
Well said. Well said. Yes. Yeah, nobody else online or anything, right?
No.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we're ready for motion.
I'd be happy to move that we approve this addendum to the subsequent environmental impact report for the water reclamation facility with the minor refinements as pointed out earlier in the discussion.
I'll second the motion.
Vice President Thomas,
Aye.
Director Dean,
Aye.
Director Gray,
Aye.
Director Farmer.
I just want to make a comment that, and I meant to bring this up prior to our taking the vote here. On page 30, and this is the resolution on July 27th of 2017, where we're certifying the revised final subsequent environmental impact report. And then on page 33, it actually has the vote that took place at that time. And the vote was 4-1 with Directors Barringer, Sanders, Thompson, and Rice voting yes, and yours truly voting no. So I'm just going to remain consistent, although the people on the board now are much different than back then, but I'm voting no again this time. Thank you.
President Scott.
Yes. Okay. So do you need a break? Or can we wait a half an hour? Okay. 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 So shall we go to then 6B? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 6B, review and discussion of a will-serve letter for minor use permit, coastal development permit, CDRC 2024-00014, Iyengar. The board adopted resolution 35/2021 on September 9th, 2021, for which purposes of transparency requires all will-serve letters for new projects on existing commitment lists, which include active service transfers, to be brought to the board for your review and discussion. and any legal requirements involved. The will serve the new project resulting from an active residential transfer in 2019. I will preface 2019 meets the requirements under resolution 35-2021 as being brought forward for your review and discussion. I'll just go over this kind of ad lib in terms of there was a water meter in 2019 on a mixed use parcel that was split and sold and the transfer authorized by a previous general manager. And that was in 2019. The applicants who received that meter are now trying to build a house on Whitehall, I believe. And so there's been some discussion back and forth in regards to our municipal code, which is all detailed out here. There's some details about a previous lawsuit the district lost in regards to a very similar transfer. Mr. Carmel is very familiar with it. With that, roughly in 2024, we were made aware that the sender parcel, which is 1521 Main Street, which was the mixed-use parcel in which the residential meter was split off of, and only had 0.43 commercial EDUs left, was being used as a residential property instead of its commercial use once they gave up the residential meter. There was multiple letters sent to the property owner saying they were out of compliance, that the property needed to be restored to commercial standards. They were unresponsive. And so as a part of the information hold on the Whitehall property that has the water meter, residential water meter rights, that information hold was brought before the CCSD, and the county wanted us to confirm that residential water had ceased at the sending parcel, which is 1521 Main. We could not verify it at that point because we were still working with the property owner to cease residential water usage from that commercial property. That was unsuccessful. And ultimately the district shut off the water for not conforming to our municipal code. That water was shut off, which ultimately address the information hold at the county level for the receiving parcel and their water meter use. The only thing remaining on that information hold is this will serve letter. And so the details of this situation is in the staff report. Mr. Carmel is ready to answer any questions, and I'll turn it over to the board.
Okay. Mr. Carmel, would you like to make a statement?
Not at this point, Madam President.
Oh, thank you very much. Anybody, any of the board members want to ask questions or make a comment?
I might want to hear public comment first, because I do have some comments to make,
Okay.
but yeah,
All right.
not so much.
All right. So let's go ahead and take public comment then. And in-house, we have Ms. Heinrichs.
Thank you again. This item is an attempt to approve new construction permits in violation of the building moratorium, which was imposed due to Cambria's limited water, which we just discussed in the previous item. Cambria has laws that prohibit this. Working around the law places Cambria in a questionable legal position and confuses the public. This meter transfer is plainly illegal, violating Cambria's Code Section 8.04.100B, quote, partial transfers or splitting of EDU allocations from services with a combination of uses, such as multifamily or commercial residential, are not allowed. That's perfectly clear. The Michie decision, on which General Manager McElhaney relies, does not apply to this meter transfer. The Michie decision did not authorize transfers from commercial residential mixed-use properties. In fact, the ruling affirmed CCSD's code. It didn't weaken it. Mr. McElhaney is misrepresenting the Michie ruling to justify a transfer that is in violation of the district's municipal code. On another part of this, there are no grandfathered meters in Cambria. See the Coastal Commission staff report on Haitian and other documents. On page 11, it says, there were originally some 64 of these grandfathered pipeline projects, but there are no more such pipeline projects remaining today. It's perfectly clear. Mr. McElhaney and you on the board know all this. If District Council Tim Carmel is advising you to approve this meter transfer and will-serve letter, you should seek another legal opinion. Violating the moratorium and the district's code for this applicant sets a precedent that invites litigation from other property owners. It weakens Cambria's legal position by setting the precedent of violating Cambria's own code. Cambria has a strong legal position in the moratorium, based as it is on the reality of Cambria's lack of adequate water. That's been established repeatedly over the years. It has not changed. This kind of legal misdirection is exactly what gets Cambria involved in expensive litigation. Please inform Mr. McElhaney that this will-serve letter is not legal and should not be issued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Is there anybody else in-house who would like to make public comment? How about online?
Yes, Steve, followed by iPhone.
Okay. Steve.
Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Well, no, I'm not Steve. I'm Ty Green.
Oh, well, it says Steve.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not great with Zoom, but I'm Ty Green. I represent.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I don't know why.
Mr. Green, go
Yeah,
right ahead.
I'm not very technologically adept, but I am
Okay.
legally adept, and so I represent the Iangers. I'm an attorney, and I wrote a letter and sent it in yesterday on their behalf. But I wanted to address a couple of things here. One is there was a reference made earlier by the speaker to the Haitian case in front of the with the Coastal Commission, and I was co-counsel. I represented Mr. Haitian through the administrative part of that, and then we also went to court with the Pacific Legal Foundation and I as attorneys, and the judge ruled against the Coastal Commission for claiming there were no grandfathered meters. The Coastal Commission said that Haitian and Bookout are, and basically they can't deny Haitian and Bookout. So that, and how the judge started out that opinion, when you take a look at it, is something I think that we should keep in mind here, is the judge quoted Ralph Waldo Emerson at the beginning of his opinion and said something to the effect of, you can't turn the clock back. And once something's done, it's done. And so that's one point I wanted to make, because what's done here is there's an agreement in place. It's a legal binding agreement to transfer the meter between the CSD and the previous client, which my client has now inherited. So I wanted to make that point clear there. And the other thing is, there seems to be a misapprehension in all the comments about what this hearing's about. And I was trying to figure out what this is about, and I think the general manager said it. You take a look at the application, you look at what's required for the application, you decide whether they did it. In this case, you've got a transfer development agreement that's legally binding. Everything that's been done, required to be done to transfer that meter, has been done, and that's the end of your the board's discretion here. They look at it, did everything happen that happened, because the agreement's already in place. And so I want to, I know there was a comment about district's legal position, but I think the worst legal position you could be in is to breach an agreement that's in place, which my clients, by the way, relied on that agreement when they purchased their property. And so that would place the district at a significant risk of litigation. And also because I think you're looking at a potential takings claim. So I think I'll leave it at that, but I just want to be very clear that my clients have vested legal rights to this will serve letter, and they will protect them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And so is that a second legal opinion?
That is confirmed, Madam.
All right. Is there anyone else online?
Yes, iPhone followed by Tina Dickinson.
Okay, Miss or Mr. iPhone.
Hi, it's Christina Galloway from Cambria. I'm driving. Sorry about the noise.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, so I want to say that an unlawful act occurred and it served to benefit a few realtors and a private party at the direct expense of public process, water policy, and community trust. Talking about the improper water still standing mixed use bedroom, one bathroom structure.
Miss Galloway. Miss Galloway.
Yes.
We're having a really hard time understanding you. You're breaking up. Now maybe she's not there anymore.
Would you like to go to the next?
So is her hand down?
Yeah.
Okay, so if she gets back on when we can hear, we'll do that. So Miss Dickinson?
Tina Dickinson followed by Don Howe.
Okay, Miss Dickinson.
Yes, thank you. Regarding this item, the previous item on 6A where, we have to start up the WRF maybe because, oh, we could be in big trouble. And yet we can approve this, or you can, for an almost 3,000 square foot home, 28 feet high, blah, blah, blah. And so I want to refer you to Dan Carl's letter of April 19th, 2022 from the Coastal Commission to Trevor Keith. Dear Mr. Keith, the purpose of this letter is to highlight issues of mutual concern as they relate to proposed water using development in the community of Cambria. I am going to skip down to the next page where it says, accordingly, we respectfully request that you not file any more CDP applications for such proposed development unless and until the water supply situation changes in Cambria and there is an adequate sustainable water supply. To that point, we do not believe that a will serve letter from the CCSD as the water purveyor satisfies that requirement, including as the LCP finding that is required on this point is not CCSD's to make. Rather, it is the county's independent responsibility. To this point, the commission found as follows. I would just refer you to that letter of April 19th, 2022, where it was made completely clear that until we have a new and reliable supply of water, we are in a moratorium. We are in a 350 water code. You haven't lifted it. So how can you vote on this? Because I can almost guarantee that if you do, this town will get hit. You will, with numerous lawsuits. And you should know that by now, board. Whether the general manager realizes that, I'm not so sure, but the board should. So I'm asking you to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Okay.
Don Howe.
Mr. Howe.
Thank you. Just as to clarify matters a little bit, I would direct the public's attention to the fact that there is no vote, there should be no vote scheduled on 6B. It's simply review and discuss. And the reason for it, I need to remind people why this is happening. During as the resolution, which is in the packet, was when Cindy Seidel was board's president. That board created that policy to deal with this situation where will serve letters could be issued legally due to various agreements, and which would normally not, and those will serve letters normally would not come before the board, because as long as all the boxes are checked and everything corresponds with our code, will serve letter is simply approved by the general manager and it goes forward. Because of the moratorium and the situation of scarcity that we've been experiencing for the last 10 years, that board felt it was a good idea to, at the very least, bring these, which would normally just be ministerially approved, to bring these before the public so that the public may understand the reasoning why these letters are issued when they're issued. And it's for that reason alone that we're hearing this today. There is no issue about approving this will serve letter according to, certainly according to the agenda, and it's also in terms of my understanding of our water code. So thank you, board, for your bringing this forward and discussing it for us so that we can all understand what the concerns are and why this is happening when it's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howell.
Christina Galloway.
Okay, Ms. Galloway, did she already speak? Oh, you're back. You're number 23 iPhone.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I definitely thanks Don Howell for that recap. I think I too am misunderstanding because I thought that this was a conversation and then there would be some sort of decision as to how you as a board wanted to move forward. But yeah, so I guess I to some extent I'm misunderstanding the process. But I do want to acknowledge that what's being discussed right now is whether the district is going to validate an unlawful act by issuing a will serve letter for the development of a 28 and some change square foot residence with 4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms, while a still standing mixed use 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom structure on Main Street still exists that this was transferred from. So I understand that as a board, it's responsible and for staff to consider how to protect the district from potential legal action. I don't, however, find the lawyer of the applicant's legal opinion valid legal counsel for the district at this point. But I think it's important to recognize that this wasn't just merely a policy violation. It was an action that's not authorized by our own municipal code. So I just feel like validating this action with a will serve does set a dangerous precedent and does retroactively legitimize an unlawful action, just so long as somebody can afford to hire a fancy attorney. And so I think it's pretty bad if the district doesn't follow its own municipal code. And it feels like special benefits are being extended and access to scarce resources are being extended to some people, but not all people. So as a community member, I think this is super concerning. If you guys don't have a say in it, that's obviously a different conversation. And I definitely misunderstood that. But I do still feel like you represent the district, and I hope that a conversation will follow this, because I'm very curious how you guys feel about this. So anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. And I'm glad you weren't breaking up and we could hear you. Yes, Director Dean.
Okay, I just wanted to comment that Director Farmer and I were the ad hoc committee back in 2021 that brought this forward to the board to bring all will serves applications to the board for transparency. Prior to that, it was up to the general manager to just issue them without the board having any input or knowledge of it. And so the reason that resolution was passed is because we wanted the public to see that this was being done, and we wanted the board to have a chance to comment on it. I have a couple other things, if it's okay. Okay. This is a transfer of an active water meter. It is not a grandfathered meter. It is an active water service that is being transferred. And the residential use of that property was supposed to be discontinued. And what we're doing here is validating the fact that the residential use was discontinued. And I know that the district shut the water off. And I think that the kitchen features, the laundry features and the shower, et cetera, was supposed to be removed, but we don't know that yet because we're done because we shut the water off, correct? And there was no requirement that that property be demolished. The buyers of the Whitehall property, I believed, took an alternative parcel and retired it and has a covenant on it that it can never be used for development or water use. Am I correct?
That is correct, Director Dean.
Okay.
And we have not, eventually we will be working with the property owner in 1520 Main to bring it up to compliance. We don't have, because we've shut the water off for non-conformance, that's really our only leverage to get them to conform, but ultimately they're gonna have to remodel that, what looks like a residential home, to commercial standards, which means all those features you just mentioned would have to be ripped out, brought to code, and then inspected by our utilities team to verify that before the commercial water could be turned back on. It's been difficult working with the property owner to get them to conform, hence the termination of water service.
And the new property owner, the one that wants to develop, gets credit for the water that had been used and the other property as a residence.
Correct. That EDU is transferred. So as long as no residential use at 1520 Main continues, then essentially that water use is now being transferred to the new property.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have something you wanted to say prior to, or?
General Manager McElhaney summarized what I was going to say very nicely when he talked about how absolutely we were not going to be turning on the water service until they have submitted a building permit with the county to demolish the features appropriately. We are also going to be doing extra inspections in terms of asking them to open up the wall and change the plumbing in the wall so the features cannot be easily reinstalled. And then and after they're done with that and everything's buttoned up, they have their faucets and everything meets the CCSD's code, we will do an inspection at that time as well to verify that everything has been installed and that property is now commercial only. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Director Gray.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, I had actually to start with a couple of questions for our council, from Mr. Carmel. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Howell's comment that noting that there is not a consideration in the subject matter of this item 6B, what we have to vote on, if anything. That might be a simple question. The other question is more complicated, but it's been asserted by several people that the 2019 decision to transfer the residential portion of that water use on the Main Street property to the Whitehall property was illegal, was in violation of our municipal code because it's a split of residential and commercial service with the transfer of the residential. There is some doubt, as I understand, that that back then, I think Director Dean is touching on this, whether it was clear that the general manager could not unilaterally do that because the wording of the municipal code section that was adopted, I think previous to that was 2005, did not have a requirement that the general manager consult with the board before doing that. So there's some question, and again, I don't know if we have the full chain of documents on that, but my question, Mr. Carmel, is maybe you could explain whether it was clearly in violation of the current municipal code that we have now, and if the municipal code was revised or clarified following this action in 2019, isn't that kind of an ex post facto action that we can't really take to reverse the decision of 2019?
Thank you, Director Gray. First, with regard to what the parameters of this discussion are, the resolution says, based on the foregoing recitals, which are incorporated by reference, in order to provide transparency and a public process, all will-serve letters for new projects on the existing commitment list shall be brought before the Board of Directors for review and discussion of the status of the project and any legal requirements involved. So this is really just a review and discussion of what's happened here. With regard to the broader question that you raise, we understand Ms. Galloway's and Ms. Heinrich's concerns and the concerns expressed by others. Some points should be addressed. First, the language at issue in the code 804-100B regarding partial transfers or splitting of EDU allocations is not entirely clear as to its meaning, but it's certainly not a blanket prohibition as indicated. Section 804-100E, which is notwithstanding any other provision of 80400, allows the transfer of existing water commitments, including residential commitments on commercial property under certain circumstances, which countermines that argument. The ambiguity of Section 804-100B was the subject of the Michie lawsuit, albeit the circumstances were different. Ms. Madrid, as general manager at that time, had the legal authority to interpret and apply the code, especially since she was central in the involvement in the Michie lawsuit and was aware of its interpretation by the court and that it had been an issue. More importantly, the transfer agreement was executed more than 6 years ago. It's been relied upon by all the parties. An alternate parcel is subject to a restrictive covenant required by the code. The district's otherwise bound by the provisions of the agreement. From a legal standpoint, the equities in this matter clearly run in favor of the innocent purchaser of the property who is now seeking the will serve letter. And the district, should it refuse one, it's going to face a lawsuit. In addition, there was no need to demolish the structure on the center parcel, as asserted by commentators, including Ms. Galloway, because an alternate parcel was retired, as is permitted by the code, and that parcel is now restricted from development. Commentators also seem to suggest that the then general manager was in some way involved in the real estate transaction or the listing of the property. Staff's role is limited to processing the transfer application, the agreement, and the restrictive covenant, and there's no indication or evidence to support any assertion that Ms. Madrid or any other staff member had any awareness of the property owner's intentions with regard to its disposition. And then lastly, as noted in the staff report, we're here today to discuss this transaction. No action can be taken. Otherwise, it would be a ministerial act. And an important part of my job is to limit the district's liability. And I recognize there may have been procedural missteps in this process, but the reality of the situation is that the district entered into an agreement to issue this will serve letter, and it's an enforceable agreement by its own terms. Should the board decide to direct staff to bring this item back to deny issuance of the will serve letter, there will be a lawsuit that the district will almost certainly lose. The plaintiffs would most likely be awarded damages, including the cost of the receiver parcel of $600,000, related out-of-pocket expenses, including their planning fees. The district's attorney's fees would be in the range of $100,000 to $300,000 approximately. We'd be responsible for paying the plaintiff's attorney's fees roughly in the same amount. Denying this will serve would likely cost the district a minimum of about $1 million. That's the reality of this case. So I just think it's important to bear in mind what we're talking about here and its effect on the district. And the word unlawful is an extremely large and misused word, and it's misused in this context as well. So I'd be glad to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. So we still have a couple of people online for public comment. Dr. Bettenhausen.
She lowered her hand.
Oh, okay. And how about
Crosby and Laura Swartz?
Yes. The Schwartzes.
Yes, this is Laura this time. Yeah, I listened to Mr. Carmel's explanation. I understand that. But going back to the building that it was transferred from, I know you have stopped the water service there. But when you transfer a meter or a number, don't you have to demolish at least part of the building where it came from? Or the other question, if you can't do that, it seems like this person benefited greatly by selling this position.
if it's going to be turned into all commercial, doesn't that person now have to go through a lot of permitting processes to turn that additional upstairs into a commercial? There's all kinds of requirements, fire requirements and things that would make it a little bit more expensive than just a regular residential unit. So I mean, that might be one way to mitigate some of this a little bit, is to require the person that did the selling of it to take some responsibility and upgrade that building to a commercial position. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Who would like to respond to that?
So the original, Mr. Carmel can correct me if I'm wrong, but the original owner of that property that had the rights to both those meters sold them separately. So the current owner of the commercial property, the sender parcel, only purchased the commercial meter. The other party on Whitehall is the one that owns the residential piece, and that is from an owner of the property that is long gone. So currently, the owners of the commercial property on 1521 Main Street only purchased the commercial meter. They just happen to be using that as a residential home, which we had to terminate the water service for not conforming to our standards. As far as what it would cost for them to bring that back to commercial standards, it would be expensive, but I don't have those numbers. Where the only thing that we can enforce is terminating the water service. Beyond that, we really we're beyond our reach in terms of what we can force them to do from here, other than say we're not giving you water service until you bring it to commercial standards, as Mr. Reaper stated, that we would have to go in and inspect and open the walls up and make sure all that plumbing is corrected and certain appliances removed.
Right. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Reaper. Okay. Right. Anybody else online right now?
No.
Okay. And nobody else in-house? Right. So I think we should take a break.
One question, does this close off the item because we don't have any action to take, right?
No, we don't have any action to take.
So it's clear, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Director Farmer.
There's nothing to be sorry about. I just want to make an observation. I did walk over to the property at 1521 Main Street, and there is a water tank, a fairly large water tank behind that property. So it could very easily be, I can't say because I haven't driven by there to see if anybody's living there at any point in time, temporarily or permanently. But it does appear that water is available to that property because there's that water tank behind it. That obviously doesn't have anything to do with our will serve letter problem, but I just thought I'd mention it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Director Farmer. Yes, Director Gray.
yeah, Director Farmer made a point. I think they're trying to apparently to keep going with what they're doing there, but that's not it's a health and safety issue, and there's probably state health and safety codes they might be violating. The county is supposed to enforce that, and hopefully they will. But we have very limited, we don't enforce code in the health and safety area. We enforce our own municipal code, and as General Manager McElhaney pointed out, our recourse is basically to shut water off, and that's it. That's what we've done. So we're doing our part on that. And I just want to make one other quick comment before we go to lunch about the moratorium references. This is what we did. We did a lot of cleanup on aisle 4 on this thing. If you can notice, it started out very messy, and we have made sure. It should be noted to everybody that we're within the confines of the moratorium here, because we have a balance. We had a retired lot. We have, the transfer of active service, not a transfer of a grandfathered service or commitment or anything like that. So this is it's really essentially the sort of transfer of service that's happened a lot during the moratorium era. I mean, we've had dozens and dozens of them. It's just the difference is that it's usually kind of a clean break with one property being a residential property being bought, the house being demolished, the lot being retired, and then the active meter being transferred somewhere else. But in essence, we have managed by cutting off the water service and making sure that it's going to be only commercial. we made sure that there's no net increase in water use and water allotment to residents in this whole transaction. And my only suggestion would be, and I might bring this up in future agenda items, that we maybe have to address the issue of what to do with multiple use or dual use parcels in the future. Because there are a few around. There are a few that are used as commercial and residential in West Village and I think even East Village. And they historically have been. So we might want to be able to try to avoid this issue in the future by having maybe some update of the municipal code for this specific kind of case, as rare as it is. But
Thank you, Director Gray. I wanted to touch base on that and acknowledge my staff to my right and myself, and that we didn't do this. So, this
duly noted, yes.
This occurred in 2019, and as Mr. Carmel noted, there was more than likely some procedural missteps. I can just tell you, as the general manager now, I will not sign one of these splits in my role. My team, Mr. Green and Mr. Reaper, are doing their job as the process states that they do. They didn't have anything to do with this transfer. There's nothing nefarious from the staff aspect. This board is dealing with something that wasn't here when they were on the board. You weren't on the board when this happened, but like a lot of things in the district, when we came in as a fairly new management team, there's messes that we've been cleaning up since we walked in the door. And so this is an unfortunate part of the job, but it's what we're here to do. And I just want to acknowledge that my staff and I are just trying to do our job and move the district forward. And sometimes there's issues like this that come up that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of messes, my question is, and maybe this is really beside the point. So do they have wastewater services?
They do have sewer services. And so as Director Gray noted, this is a public health issue.
Yeah.
And if the board would like me to look into it, I can talk to the county public health as one more step to take a look at if they've somehow plumbed that tank into the water system to maintain residential quarters.
Yeah.
And public health can look at this. So that from here, it's a county issue,
Yeah.
but we definitely could reach out to public health to investigate it.
Yeah, I would really recommend that you do that. Thank you. Okay. So nobody online in.
No.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a break. It is 12:07. Let's come back at 12:40. Ed, and come to order. This is the Cambria Community Services District regular board meeting. I've been asked by one of the directors if he could make a comment or a question. So Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Scott. So I remembered while we were taking our lunch break about what happened in Templeton, Templeton Grain and Feed being burned down. And the item in the news the next morning from the general manager of the Templeton CSD, he was cautioning people with regard to their water use in Templeton because, in his words, their water availability was critically low. And of course, the first thing I'm thinking about was, well, could something like that happen in our community? So I just thought I'd bring that up, and perhaps General Manager McElhaney or Chief Berkey could comment on the possibility of a situation such as that happening in our town.
Yep, thank you, Director Farmer. That facility is really large and had a lot of fuel load to it. I think it's always a possibility within the district to face those challenges on a large incident, something like the Vets Hall or some type of a fire in downtown Cambria that involved multiple businesses, like a strip mall, could definitely challenge our water supply. Mr. Green, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have 1.75 million gallons of storage. Is that right?
1.78.
Excuse me, 1.78. So we have a healthy water storage. But if we did have a large fire like that involved multiple structures for an extended period of time with a heavy fuel load, we could have a similar situation.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Thank you. So then let's go to the agenda item 6C. And this is agenda item about the independent auditor's report. General Manager McElhaney, would you like to present this agenda item?
Yes, Madam President. Agenda item 6C, receive and file the independent auditor's report for fiscal year 23-24. Cost of the audit services by Moss, Levy, and Hartzheim under the Fifth Amendment to the Consultant Service Agreement was approved by the board on June 13th, 2024, and that was for $24,615. This independent audit report and financial statements for the year ending June 30th, 2024, and they're attached for your review. We do have one of the representatives from the firm, Mr. Padilla, here to answer any questions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Fritz if she would like to add anything outside of what's in the staff report.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add, so we can, if you have any questions of Mr. Padilla.
Okay. Mr. Padilla, would you like to make a statement about the auditor's report before we start asking questions?
Good afternoon, Madam President. My name is Chris Padilla, and I'm the assurance manager here at Moss, Levy, Hartzheim. And I'll be presenting the fiscal year 2024 audited financial statements of Cambria Community Services District on behalf of Adam Guys, the lead engagement partner.
Thank you very much.
I just have a few things to rattle off here, and then I can answer any questions you may have. So to start, we have issued an unmodified opinion. This is the highest level of assurance we can provide under GAS. We have a summary of internal controls and audit adjustments. So there were no internal control findings that were noted from our testing of disbursements, receipts, payroll, or other key business cycles. We proposed numerous adjustments to properly reflect accrued compensation absences, long-term debt payments, pension and OPEB liabilities, as well as capital asset depreciation. Just a note here that these are routine year-end entries that should ideally be calculated by the district annually. We'll coordinate with Denise during our 2025 audit to support that transition. A few highlights on financial statements. There was a net position increase of 137,000 district-wide. Unrestricted net position for business type was 1.27 million and governmental negative 4.7 million. The general fund cash and receivables total 3.6, far exceeding short-term liabilities is up 226,000. Revenues fell short of expenditures by just 64K, so roughly break even. And the general fund performed $19,000 better than budgeted. Any questions?
Are there any questions from the board members? No? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Well, thank you, President Scott. And, just first kind of introductory comment, going through this and the statements and then going through the budget and trying to figure everything out. I'm just glad that there are people who are certified public accountants because it's hard to, it's different. But one question on page 201, at the top of the page, retirement's the most significant costs related to employee benefits decreased from 535,000 in the prior fiscal year to 168,000 in fiscal year 23-24, and similarly further down the retiree health insurance. How did that significant decrease happen? Was it timing or other factors?
Like people dying?
I wasn't going there, but
But would you like to answer that question?
Yes, people falling off the lifetime medical. And also we had a couple employees who left the district that were calculated in that calculation that had the potential for the lifetime medical and to become retirees, and they came off.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks.
You have another question?
No, someday I aspire to be able to read these with a 100% comprehension,
Yeah.
But that's a secondary issue. Yeah.
Okay. I do have a couple of things that were really helpful for me. Oh, Director Farmer, would you like to speak first?
No, go right ahead.
Oh,
As long as you don't forget that I'm here. Thank you.
I won't. So on page 10, page 10, the wages and the comparison for the years since 2018, that was really helpful. I appreciate that. And then also again on page 11 of the audit, or 201 for the packet, the maintenance and repair costs for the different years, those were really helpful. Yes, Director Farmer.
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Fritz as always for the excellent work that she does. And we're so grateful to have her here serving our community and serving this district. What I'd like to, if I can just find it here real quick. Actually, I've just got it right in front of me. The first page of this item, page 185. So where it says, cash balance, and it has the four funds: wastewater bond fund, a little over $8 million. So this bond began as $12 million, and we're spending these monies obviously to make the much needed improvements at the wastewater plant. But this bond, we're ultimately will be paying interest on this bond, if I'm not mistaken. So Ms. Fritz can correct me if I'm wrong, or anybody can correct me if I'm wrong. But the fact that this bond, it makes it look like we have, $8 million, but the fact that we ultimately have to pay this money back with interest, it's kind of how could we say it? It's a kind of a smoke and mirrors kind of thing, or you understand what I'm saying? It makes it look like we have more money than we ultimately do have. Does that make any sense what I'm saying at all?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, it's something that I would call restricted funds. So if you look on our quarterly reports, we do put those under restricted, meaning that they're for a specific purpose and they can't be used for anything else. I mean, I think it would be misleading to completely leave it off of here because we do have, it is part of our portfolio and our cash balances. But yes, I do understand. And we are already paying the debt service payments, which include the interest on the full 12.1 million.
Right. All right. Well, I just wanted some clarification on that. In case people that weren't necessarily aware of how our monies are being spent, they would think that, like I said, that, gee, that looks like the district's doing really well, when in fact it's not quite as positive, let's say, as it appears to be here. So thank you. And I'm just grateful we're finally making the repairs on the wastewater plant.
Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. Yeah, I had one more question. On the bottom of page 204, there are a series of words: general revenues, taxes. I was looking for the numbers they match, and I'm guessing the page 205 is the table that matches up with those words at the bottom of page 204.
Can you repeat your question? I'm on page 204.
Yeah, so down at the bottom, you see where general revenues, taxes, property, and as I was reading through those, it's like I'm scratching my head, like, ooh, are these notes? And then when I look at the next page, on the left, there's no row headers, or not headers, I don't know what we call that, but do those match?
Mr. Padilla, do you want to answer this one? This is the actual audit report. So
yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have the actual, I have the report itself, different page numbers. I don't have the board packet.
Page 14, bottom of page 14.
Page 14, 1 second. Yeah, so general revenues, taxes, yeah, so that is actually subsequent page 15. Those, as you can see at the bottom, 3,570,000. That's where they begin.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
I was guessing that.
the way that unfortunately, the page permits us to put it on one full page.
Gotcha. We can figure that out. And then my only other comment is, boy, starting on page 214 with the notes, wow, that is just so informative. It's for those out there who haven't read it, if you want to start somewhere, starting with the notes is great history on starting on page 24 of the report.
Any other questions for the board? No. Okay, let's take public comment then. Is there anyone in-house that would like to make public comment on this agenda item? How about online?
No.
Okay. Any further questions of Mr. Padilla, who is online? Nope. Okay, so I guess I need a motion to file.
I move I move that we receive and file the independent auditor's report for fiscal year 2023-24.
Second.
Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. And thank you, Mr. Padilla, if you're still there. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, let's go to agenda item 6D. And this is a discussion to fill the vacant seat on the Finance Committee.
Thank you, President Scott. Agenda item 6D, discussion and consideration to fill a vacancy on the Finance Committee. No direct fiscal impact. However, there has been some staff time for the recruitment and onboarding the new committee member. On June 12th, 2025, regular meeting, the Board of Directors directed staff to advertise, and solicit candidates to fill the vacancy on the Finance Committee. The vacancy was advertised on the CCSD website, social media, and posted on all CCSD public information bulletin boards. It's recommended the Board of Directors consider the enclosed applications and appoint an applicant to fill the vacancy on the Finance Committee. And I will turn it over to you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I am the chair of the Finance Committee. I would first like to just say thank you to the previous members of the Finance Committee. And I would also like to give a personal thanks to our member, Ms. Wasaki, who was on the board and on the committee, and it was really great to have her on the committee. Her experience really showed some depth to what I think the Finance Committee looks at. She has, for personal reasons, said that she cannot further serve on the committee, so that's why we're filling a position. Mr. Behringer got in touch with me and asked that we pull his application, saying that he believes Ms. Holden and Ms. McDowell should be considered for the position. I did not interview these people again because I had already interviewed them for the previous vacancy on the Finance Committee. I am recommending Ms. Holden as the applicant. She did a nice presentation when she was here previously being considered for this position, and said that she would very much still like to be considered for the position on the Finance Committee. So that would be my recommendation, Ms. Holden. Any questions? Any public comment in-house? Any public comment online?
No.
Okay. So I would like to have a motion.
I would be delighted to move that Shelley Holden be appointed to fill the vacant seat on the Finance Committee.
I second.
Vice President Thomas.
Aye.
Director Gray.
Aye.
Director Dean.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
President Scott.
Aye. Okay. So we are now going to manager reports. Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. Is it okay if I defer to Mr. Geary to go first, and then
I mean, he's just waiting here.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
and I'm sure he has some things to mow.
Okay. Mr. Aguirre, please come up to the podium.
Thanks. Thank you, board, and also staff. Just to cover a couple things, the Fiscalini Ranch. I know we've already accomplished the fire breaks. That was actually done here 2 weeks ago in regards of the whole weed abatement. We ended up doing it with a contractor that came in. They did basically 2/3 of it. We did another third to turn around in our staff to cut the cost on there. And we did do an extensive cutbacks on Warren, which actually was within the guidelines of our weed abatement program. We did ended up with 21 different separate piles of trimmings and also ground debris that we ended up chipping and removing from those areas in regard to the fire aspect of it on our end. We did have Williams Pest out there. They did an excellent job on spraying the invasive species. They should be finishing up this week. I know they've covered basically, I would say 2/3 of the ranch compared to previous things. They've been out there quite a bit. It's been ongoing for a while. I know we're a little bit late in the year. I know in March, we initially turned around and started looking into having it done again, and then we just ran into some other issues with some contracting and stuff of that nature. So we did a little research to find a little bit more extensive, and this is where we're at. Williams, he and I have actually had a couple conversations to where we're still going to continue with him because he's a little more thorough. We have a lot of ground to cover with those 300 acres out there. Plus, it's a big ordeal. The CCSD lots, those were all covered by the grant that was through the Fire Council. North Coast Tree Service is the one, Tim Radecki. I gotta hand it to him. He did quite a bit as the 1st of May. He went out and did an extensive job. Far as everything came across, and lots that are failed. Just looking at it where it's at, he did an outstanding job on our behalf for the district and the Fire Council, what they've done there, and with Dan Turner. Very great job. We met a lot of the standards for the conservation easements within those areas. We did our best to meet the guidelines for the CCSD and also for the conservation with the county. We did the minimums on a lot of it. We covered, some of them we did go in about 10 to 15 feet off of the roads and trimmed everything up, which met a pretty good standard, even talking to the county in regards of all that. I know there was a concern about the graffiti that was on the walking bridge. So it's been there for about a month. I did reach out to the sheriff's department and also a concerned citizen here. We did have a meeting out there and we talked to the officer. They just take note of it, the whole 9 yards. We already cleared it. We scuffed it, turned around and repainted over it. We actually did do it with the same color of the bridge, of the rust primer. That's what we more or less put over the top of it. We do monitor quite a bit when we do our patrolling because I know there's more down underneath Highway 1 bridge underneath. And that's one thing that the Sheriff Martinez ended up going out there and looking at. He ended up looking at that one and then also on our property too. So that was taken care of. I know the crew, this is something that I know that's been kind of on me. Our crew is only about 7-8 months old. And I know with everything that's been going on in the past 7-8 months, we've been trying to keep up. I know with my training and what they know, we're a little behind. But with them, they have been picking up the knowledge and understanding on what our responsibilities are and what to look for every day that we go out into the field, such as the Fiscalini, CCSD lots, the restrooms, the vets hall, the homeless, anything that comes across with that, any kind of debris that's down in the creeks. Those are our biggest things that I'm working with the guys. Our plumbing issues that we do have with certain areas within our public bathrooms, they're mastering that. Equipment, flailing. I mean, that was a whole new ball game for these guys. Running tractors and stuff of that nature and understanding uneven terrain takes a toll on your tractor and your equipment, and you got to be aware of that. Head clearance with tractors. We're always focused going forward, looking down. You got to pay attention up on top. We've had a couple issues with that, but you know what? It's all workable. We ended up making it work within our budget and within our skills to turn around and repair some stuff on that. Very proud of them for what they have accomplished for this year. I know, like I said, they haven't been here for 4 seasons, but that's the big thing. I know I have. I know what's expected, and I know they kind of frown every morning when they come in, like, what are we doing? And how do you want it? And that's the biggest thing. But I do have to give credit to them for the hard work that they put into it. Currently, we do have a recruitment open. We do have quite a few applicants for next Wednesday. We have interviews. So we're going to be looking to fill that 3rd position. Right now, it's a good time to get them in, start doing some training before the winter, a little bit in there, because I know we'll have a lot of tree work to do and still a weed abatement and stuff of that nature that we'll maintain throughout our fire breaks and also around a lot of our CCSD lots. Other than that, that's basically it. We got It seems like there's been very little done, but there's been a lot done on my crew as for their trainings and their understanding on what we've been maintaining lately. So if there's any questions or anything.
Thank
anybody
you,
may have.
Mr. Aguirre. Do any of the board members have any questions for Mr. Aguirre? No. Yes.
Thank you, President Scott. Yes, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Mr. Guri. Great report, and I'm glad you're out there on the ranch with the roof, with the fire breaks, especially. Fire break work is very thorough. I had a question about going back to the graffiti. I probably should have thought of this when the sheriff's deputy was here. But is there any idea of what the graffiti was in the sense of content? Is it gang related at all, or is it did they ever, the sheriff's department probably would be the ones to actually answer the question, but was it content from outsiders or?
It was the local, it was the same pattern as it has been in months previous, just in a different color. So they're trying to signify on where they're at. I know there's two colors, and now they're starting to take ownership over it. After talking to the sheriff, he said it just looks like a repeat from what was occurring. But we've only seen it in that one location on our behalf. I don't know how far in depth the community is. We haven't seen it in the public restrooms, which, knock on wood, on that one there, we've been pretty cautious about that and looking around. So yeah, I mean, it's been pretty basically the same thing.
Yeah. And a question on the ranch, and maybe Dr. Thomas could chime in on this one. I noticed that they had a work party out there with the wood chips, spreading them about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I don't know if there's going to be more spreading because you guys did a very efficient job. And there's some piles in the woods there, back in the woods that are still pretty big. Is there more work of that work on the way?
On my behalf, that's something that I'm working into this month, closer to the end of the month, where our crew is going out and doing with our little dingo.
Yeah.
Turn around and making a little more precedence of removing all those, because I know we got a bunch more that's coming through. Like I said, when Mercado went in, our contractor that did the fire breaks, it was 21 piles.
Right.
And that's been scattered throughout that whole fire break, more or less further into the forest. But they are going to be going out there. I haven't conversated with Michael Thomas in regards to that for the FFRP to see basically future plans on that one there. But I know within our department, we're planning.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And, I don't really have a question, just kudos. 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then purely in my FFRP volunteer role, walking the ranch, doing my assessment a couple of weeks ago, I walked in the Tipton entrance, and it's like, I look left and I look right, and what has happened here? The fire break was just, so I walked through to check. There were literally hundreds of little Monterey pine saplings, toyons, the oaks that, as they did the clearing, those remained in place, and it looked like just a beautiful virgin forest floor. So I was almost in tears with how beautiful that clearing work was done. So fabulous. And yeah, in terms of the volunteer work parties for spreading for their chips, we kind of got we could go Saturday. Volunteers got about 80% of that spread. Let us know if you want further help. But it's like we got the bulk of it, and then we volunteers run out of gas. Probably faster than your tractor does.
I really appreciate the help and the effort that the volunteers do. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into that ranch, and I know a lot of it is behind the volunteers there. Due to us being a smaller staff and cutting a lot of contracting out, it's kind of relieved some of the pressure that we're under on a daily basis. On the same notion as for the invasive species and also the pines and the oaks and the ferns and stuff of that nature and those fire breaks. So one of the things I've done with my guys, we've turned around and gone through our invasive species book from the Forest Committee that's turned around and put those together in the past couple of years. We've actually gone out and done walkthroughs. That's one of the trainings that I have actually done with the guys so that they're completely aware to leave certain things behind to have those progress over the invasive species. So like I said, I owe it to the crew that turned around and went in there and did that. And the same thing with the contracting company, having conversations with them and going through the book and looking at certain things. And that's where we met those guidelines.
Thanks. Yeah, and I haven't talked to the Crosby, the Schwartzes, but if they walk through there, I just have that feeling in my heart that they've got to be happy.
I hope. I hope.
Anything else from the board members? How about in-house public comment? Oh. Yes, Director Farmer.
Well, thank you, President Scott and Mr. Aguirre for your report. I just want to make a comment since you were talking about the invasive weeds and the removal of them. I just want to comment on the fact that a person in the audience, Ms. Heinrichs, was tremendously involved in putting together the invasive weed guide that we have serving our community that's available at the library, at the FFRP offices and so forth. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Heinrichs. Anybody else? Okay, how about in-house public comment? How about online?
Yes, Dennis Duchek.
Okay, Mr. Duchek.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Well, I definitely want to say thank you to David and the staff and all the volunteers for that, tremendous amount of work. It's really amazing. Big thank you. Also, though, in terms of invasive plants, I do want to just, again, raise the point that eucalyptus is an invasive species. The eucalyptus trees that we have going rampant on Piscalini Ranch, particularly in and near Highway 1, pose a fire and flood hazard because they block the flow and because they're so combustible. So anything that can be done to focus on getting rid of those eucalyptus would be terrific. And I'm working with the county now to see if we can get some funding and some support from the county to move in that direction.
Thank you, Mr. Duchek. Any other public comment online?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes.
In regards of that concern there, the eucalyptus, it is item number 32, I believe, on our list for our continuing to-do list. We have looked at the West Ranch along Santa Rosa trail area or the road down there. There's extensive amount of regrowth down in there. So that's one thing I'm going to be working with the crews here in the next month or so, between that one and also by the dog park on the East Ranch, by the parking lot down there for Piney Court. There's an extensive amount in there, and also along right across the residence of Mr. Dubchek's there. Those are things that we are going to be looking into and trying to jump on that. Besides contracting out, we're going to do it in-house. So that's one thing I'm training my guys on and what we're working on. So
okay, thank you. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Yeah. Okay, we're back to you, Mr. McElhaney.
Thank you, Madam President. For my general manager report, as you can see, it kind of kicks off with some staff kudos. As noted in this meeting and several different meetings before, and I'm sure public comment to come today, our staff is analyzed and sometimes criticized, for a lot of things we're trying to do in the district, and that's a part of the job. But a part of my job is to make sure that I combat that with the great things that they are doing. That was demonstrated here by Mr. Aguirre in terms of his role as the facilities manager, large job and large responsibility to include his staff that he has to manage and train, because what they're doing out there, there's risks. It's not, it can be a dangerous job. So he has the responsibility not just to manage the ranch, but all of our facilities, the setup of this room and the breakdown of this room to make sure that everything is set up correctly. So his role and responsibilities for the district are vast, and he has employees that he has to train We've had turnover in facilities and resources. So in order to do his job effectively, he also has to look over his crews and train them. And as noted by his report, he's educating them on invasive species and what to touch and what not to touch and how to operate chainsaws and tractors and things like that. And so he has a large responsibility and role in the district, and that needs to be recognized and how hard he's working, to include our water and wastewater teams that, you know, they're here on the 4th of July, they're dealing with leaks. They're all really working their tails off, and led by an excellent utilities manager and program manager who are also working their tails off on several different projects that this community has asked for, i.e. the SST project, which is broken ground, moving along. I believe Mr. Green will update you on that's expected to be complete within this year, which is a huge step forward. And the district's taking a lot of heat for that, and he's moving that ball forward. Stewart Street tanks moving forward. They're working incredibly hard. Miss Fritz, what she has gone through, not only with the final budget and the audit over the last, 2 or 3 months, I'm surprised she has any hair left on her head in terms of how stressful that's been. She's put in a lot of hours to make sure that information, not only in her budget reports, the audit, the final budget, is all digestible, and kudos to her. The fire chief and his crews, in terms of the weed abatement process and the fire hazard fuel reduction program, we have been through a lot over the last 2.5 years trying to tighten that process up. And that'll be demonstrated on the special meeting coming up. But his crews had to go out within a day and a half, and inspect hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of lots for compliance. And they did that within a day and a half. We have the list, and I'm happy to say that we're about 160-ish failed lots, which in comparison to previous years is a huge reduction. And that's credit to him and his team, our team, Ms. Dodson, in terms of getting the word out about, weed abatement and defensible space. Credit to the chief for the ordinance that's been in place and all the community outreach that he's doing. He's working with the liaison groups to go out and have neighborhoods come together to focus on fire safety. All things that have really never been done before. And so I just have to give our team a lot of credit. I stand on their shoulders. The success of this district stands on their shoulders. And so I'm super, super proud of them. And moving on.
Amen.
We'll be in the Vets Hall on July 16th for Meet the GM along with the fire chief. If anybody wants to come and talk district matters as usual, you'll see several different public records requests that Mrs. Dodson put in there. Ion Water. So with our advanced meter infrastructure that just went in, we are working on this Ion Water portal. When we're ready to launch it, we'll let the community know, but that'll give them real-time access within 15 minutes on their water usage. The ability to set alerts, much like you would with your flume, on leaks. And Mr. Green will talk about it, I'm sure, in his report, in terms of how many leaks we've already caught with this system, and potentially saved our community members a significant amount of money, in terms of water loss. And it'll help update our water loss reports. So that'll be coming out soon. Some updates about our preliminary budget and our CCSD recruitments for our water plant treatment operators. We have a maintenance technician recruitment, which Mr. Geary has some interviews set up here within the next week to fill some of those vacancies. So we're looking forward to that. What's not listed on here is updates about our coastal development permit. As Director Dean noted, the ad hoc met with Supervisor Bruce Gibson and all the leadership team for the County of San Luis Obispo to discuss the information hold. We have chipped that information hold down to about 7 items, and some of those items are ready to come off with some of the work that's being completed. We met with the county to discuss some of our concerns about the endless information hold that seems to never escape us. We voiced our concerns about meeting the information hold and then having more information hold items, and we were assured that if we were able, and we are going to address those information hold items, that we would be moving on to a planning hearing. And for this district to have the CDP for the water reclamation facility at the planning hearing is a monumental step forward, and we're very, very close. We had another subsequent meeting with the county, San Simeon Coastal Commission, regarding regarding and state parks, thank you. Regarding the strategic plan, directive from the board to investigate opportunities with San Simeon for some sort of synergy there. Robust discussions about some opportunities that would help San Simeon. It could help our district and the county deal with their potential dissolution. We had some very good conversations with the Coastal Commission regarding San Simeon's wastewater plant, opportunities potentially for this district to treat their wastewater and enable them to eventually close that plant. Is it that the Coastal Commission has deemed needed to be closed and should be closed for almost 30 years now. And it's a big to-do item on their list. We also had conversations about a water reclamation facility and how there's some synergy between the needs of San Simeon and the needs of the our community service district and permitting that water reclamation facility. Subsequent to that conversation, Mr. Kevin Kahn reached out to us, the district, along with the general manager for San Simeon, and has likes to set up a meeting because he was really encouraged by the discussions at that meeting. And again, to have Kevin Kahn, a high-level staffer from the Coastal Commission, reach out to us in a favorable tone, again, is something that hasn't happened for a long time. And on my initial hiring, one of the questions and goals of this board was, how do we repair our relationship with the Coastal Commission? And I can say proudly, thank you to Mr. Green and Mr. Reaper and some of our staff's hard work, we're there. And so I just want to update you on that. And we have several more meetings coming up with the Coastal Commission to discuss, eventually bringing this chapter to a close. And with that, I'll turn it over to the board for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Yes.
Just a brief comment, President Scott. Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned the meeting with coastal and state parks and county and LAFCO because and you circulated the response from Kevin Kahn at Coastal. It was strikingly positive. I mean, you almost want to read it here, but but I do think there's a bit of a change in tone from the Coastal Commission regarding our project and our efforts for helping San Simeon helping the county and San Simeon with the solution to that sewage treatment plant. So I found that very encouraging.
Thank you, Director Gray. Anybody else? Any of the other board members? Oh, how about in-house? Any public comment? Oh, I can't see you.
It's okay.
Director Dean.
Okay, so the general manager commented that we're looking at possibly completing the SST projects by the end of the year. And I just want to say that when we did our joint tour of finance and R&I, there was just a flurry of activity going on there. The place was swarming with workers doing all sorts of things. So it was good to actually physically see that this work was getting done and that they're making progress. And boy, that generator is huge.
Yeah.
So that was kind of neat to see that too. But yeah, things are moving.
Yeah.
Things are moving. So we should be seeing that $8 million slowly dropping down as we get the stuff done. Thank you.
Okay. Any public comment in-house? How about online?
Yes, Elizabeth Benhausen.
Okay, Dr. Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. Director Gray was just referring to communication with the Coastal Commission, and it looked as if he were reading something off. I mean, looking at the text on his computer. If that's true, I would like you to make public all that the board sees in their meetings. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not sure how to respond to or what her question was, but public records requests are always a mechanism for that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we just didn't want to
go outside of our agenda right now, but public information requests would be very helpful in this way. Okay.
President Scott, she did raise her hand a second time.
Oh,
Do
okay.
you want to take?
Sure.
Oh,
Nope.
oh, she keeps.
No.
I'm bringing her again. She keeps
Okay.
raising and lowering her hand.
Okay.
Thank you very much for bringing me again. I want to clarify that it's something that we don't have at this we public don't have at this meeting. And Director Gray appeared to be reading something off of his laptop that was communication from the Coastal Commission. I would appreciate it if all of the material that is present for the board would be present for the public at the meeting. Thank you. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and the misunderstanding is that is an email communication. It's not an agenda item that all board members have. So again, the public records request mechanism is the way to get that information.
Can we just clarify that with,
Mr. Carmel?
yeah, Mr. Carmel?
That's accurate. What's distributed to the board has to be made available to the public. I'm not sure that qualifies, but I'm certain we can accommodate that request.
Okay, so yeah, you mean as far as a public information request or to have that being read into the record? What
Well,
would you suggest?
I think it's cleaner to have a public records request.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Vice President Thomas.
And thank you, President Scott. And it just occurred to me that what Dr. Bettenhausen is referring to, I as a member of the board have not received. This is something that is associated with an ad hoc committee and not been made available to a quorum of the board. And so that's a distinction to be made here.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else online for public comment?
No.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Director Farmer.
Yes, thank you. With regard to Ms. Bettenhausen, referencing what it is that we might be looking at on our computer, I could be wrong, but I believe that all five of us, all we have on our computer is today's agenda.
Right.
And that's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really nothing else. Am I correct?
Yeah. That's
Yeah, just to clarify for her in case
Yeah.
she's wondering what we're looking at while we're doing the meeting.
Yeah.
That's correct. You have the agendas on your iPad. You also have your personal emails. Maybe even you have Netflix. I don't know. But we are looking at the agenda, and I was merely pointing out a communication that was sent to the ad hoc as a part of the water reclamation facility.
Yeah, just to clarify, these so the public will know these iPads are full-fledged computers. They have access. We have access to the internet. We have access to our email. They're like our computers, basically. So they have everything we have on our own iPads, essentially.
okay. Oh, yes.
I would just like to say, on my iPad that the district issued to me, I only have district information and district email. I have not put any of my personal emails or texting or anything on this. It is strictly being used for the CCSD.
Yes.
Just
thank
so
you.
everybody knows I'm not watching Netflix or
Okay. All right. So nobody else online?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go to agenda item 7C. This is Finance Manager's Report. Miss Fritz.
Okay, so agenda item 7C is the finance manager's report for the month of June. You can see the normal statistics that I report on. This is, June is closing out the end of our fiscal year, so we're really busy trying to get all transactions in the month. We have till about mid-July for to get all of the relevant invoices paid and transactions. And I am working with the auditors to get a timeline, for next year's audit. And we're already going to start working on getting all that information and get the audit underway as soon as possible to meet our deadlines. And so the finance department is really busy with just trying to get everything in and do our closing entries for the fiscal year, and while also moving on to the next fiscal year, 25-26, and then we will be seeing the final budget coming forward next month. And with that, I will take any questions.
Okay, any board members have questions? Okay, any public comment from in-house? How about online?
Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Okay, Dr. Bettenhausen?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question regarding the Finance Department and the workload. I want to know when the billing summary for May and June will be public, do you think? Given that given everything you've just said about the workload for the Finance Department, but also given the new meters and the switching of the data in those new meters about midway or various times during the 2 months. So again, when will the billing summary for May and June be available to the public? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bettenhausen.
So they just finished reading meters, and so I'm sending a text to my billing manager to see when the bills will actually be going out and when that summary will be going up.
Okay.
So I don't know what we can make that information known maybe in the general manager's letter at the end of the week.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody else online?
No.
Okay, good. Mr. Green, your utilities report.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll begin with June activities for wastewater. We know there's a lot of construction activity. Superintendent Artha was glad to have everyone out at his plant and kind of walk through everything. You can tell that we're abuzz with construction. I'll have a more full detailed report on Monday as things are progressing through the week there. But I think right now, as of right now, we have about 4 by 12 foot trench in 3 locations. Excavated. We're finding PG&E's primary line. We're going to resend that to the MCC or the master control units, which will then go back to that fantastic new generator that we have on hand here. So there's a lot of underground excavation and tank grinding and chiseling and going on. So there's a lot of noise. So I apologize to the community right now. The majority of the heavy noise impact has taken place. We still have some more sandblasting, some other heavy equipment usage, but you won't have the noise impact that we've had for the last couple of weeks. So I do apologize, but that is the sound of progress, and your $218 at work going there for that SST program. With that said, we've had some operational challenges at the wastewater plant as we showed some of the attendees of that of our site visit, how we have half of a train off. So we're doing full-time processing through about half the plant right now. So there's some operational challenges there. So some of our guys are coming in on weekends to help during the heavier flow or volume days incoming. So that's all some of the fun things going on while we're having construction there. Also, the collection staff is still hard at work. They jetted over 2 miles of wastewater lines in June. I think they just wanted to get away from the construction at the plant, but that's fine. They're still jetting 2.5 miles there and cameraed 1,382 feet. Also, staff poured a concrete pad for the EV charger So we have a transformer, and then our free EV charger that we got from Ford is all installed and charging our vehicle. And it is charging at their advertised 44 miles per hour of charge. So it's working out fantastic for our on-call operators there in that truck. The water side, we did that satellite leak detection with Astera. So they came over, grabbed that image. We now have 17 points of interest that we're going to investigate. The boots on the ground portion of that contract goes into effect on Monday. We'll have a staff member or a couple operators out with the Astera representatives and personnel, and we'll start to dive into those 17 points of interest. Well, we'll do some correlating, we'll do some sounding, we'll isolate some valves and try and listen to and find out if these are true leak locations, and we'll make the correct process for repairing them if we find such. We do have a ZLD site visit to Coalinga. So Global Water Innovations finally got what is our pilot unit equipment device approved here about a month ago. This device is in activity at a pistachio farm ranch in Coalinga, in New Coalinga by the airport. We are taking a site visit there next Wednesday to evaluate it, to look at the footprint, to look at the size, to evaluate the noise, and overall to look at the efficacy of this pilot project. This is for agriculture, it's not for domestic water use, but the constituents in which they're filtering out and reducing is very similar to ours. They have overdrafted their aquifer there in New Coalinga, so their TSS is about 3,000, which is about twice as much as ours. So that's, again, some of that constituents that you're pulling out or taking out of that concentrate brine. So we'll see, again, how that's working and kind of check on the process of that. We also received back from our April 29th inspection from the Division of Drinking Water, our sanitary survey results. There was no recommended actions for us. Everything we passed with flying colors. They did make us aware that there will be some sampling constituents that are more frequently sampled. So we'll be sampling like our TDS and manganese and iron. We'll be doing those on monthly intervals where some of these were yearly or 3-year intervals due to levels of a detection. But now with the Division of Drinking Water rolling out these new compliance measures, everyone broad brush is going to have to comply with these raw and treated standards. So that's coming down the pike. So we will be spending not a considerable amount, but a little bit more on water quality sampling in the future. Also with that sanitary survey report, with the new tanks that we're putting in and some of our changes to the equipment, not really treatment process, but we've updated like San Simeon Well 3, where we put in a more energy conservative pump and so forth there. Those all are addendums to our current water supply permit. And with the big change coming from the Stewart Street tank, we're actually going to wrap that into a new water supply permit. So we'll have all of our new upgrades, our new tanks, our new volumes, our new treatment processes, if any. And so you'll be seeing a new water supply permit probably coming our way next year. So the water supply permit that I have this fantastic old pigskin of it up on our wall there, which is from 1976. So it's about time all these processes were updated and officially updated into this water supply permit. There'll be no volumes or diversions or quantities changed. This will just be an update in supply for our operations, basically. And with that, that's really all I have for you, unless you guys have some questions.
What I'd like to say is thank you so much to your staff and to you and General Manager McElhaney for the tours that we had, the Finance Committee and R&I. It was very helpful. My husband even attended and he just thought it was great. Oh, now I get it,
Right.
So that was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you to you and Mr. Reaper and Tony.
Great. Thank you. And I think we plan on doing maybe like a quarterly or more frequent versions of this in the future. So that way we can kind of get out and you guys can come and see and kick the tires a little bit and see kind of the scope and, the grand scheme of things for us there. But thank you. Appreciate that, President.
Yeah. Yes, Director Dean.
It was a wonderful tour, and yes, it was very educational. And I think we talked about possibly having a future one for water department, things like the rodeo grounds pump station, the Stewart Street tanks once they get going, and the SR3 well, you know, some of those kinds of things. I think that would be great. And I think it's very helpful too, if it is open to the public. So I think it's very helpful if the public come and attend these tours too, so they know what we're talking about when we're talking about all of these things in here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Yes, Vice President Thomas.
Thank you, President Scott. Yeah, yes, and just chiming in also on the tour. That was great. I've been on the tour before, but I think I learned more this time than I did last time because it takes time to soak in. I'll be out there again, so thank you. Thanks. You know, the pictures of pouring that cement pad for the EV charger, you know, a way to save the district money, doing it in-house. Awesome. Page 259, I saw the ultrasonic water meters. Is it just commercial meters that we have ultrasonic, or what, you know, where are the applications?
That's correct. So mostly a commercial application for those ultrasonics. Some of our larger, like our 2-inch, where we have a compound meter. I think back then they tried the ultrasonic meter, was kind of new technology, and that came out, but they proved very reliable. So yeah, mostly commercial applications on larger volume sites.
Nothing more from the board members? Do we have anybody in-house who would like to make comment on this report? How about online?
Dennis Duchek.
Okay, Mr. Duchek.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I am really thrilled to be able to thank this tremendously exceptional group of professionals that we have running all of these departments. The general manager is doing an amazing job. Facilities and resources, exceptional. Finance manager, as demonstrated by this audit, it's an amazing job. And our utilities manager, fantastic. The tour was wonderful. I wish everybody could have been there. The facilities, the treatment facilities are immaculately run. They didn't even stink. Okay, this is so I'm just saying it's an exceptional job. I want to, from the community, I want to say thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. In my line of work, they say that's the smell of money. So yeah. If I could provide a couple updates too. I've had a couple outside questions on the transmission line project. After our January, I think 20th submission application for an encroachment permit, we finally received our encroachment permit, I think June 26th. We have a pre-construction meeting set up with I'm not going to use the individual's name, I'll probably butcher it, but we have a Caltrans engineer, encroachment engineer, who'll be on staff with, or on site with our staff, and then our consultants, where we'll go over potholing, where we're looking for utilities. This will require, due to the depth of the potholing and boring, for utilities and a little bit of geo inspection while we're there. There'll be some 20-foot plus deep borings. So with that, we'll have to apply for a well driller's permit with the County of San Luis. So if anybody sees that, we're not punching a new domestic well. We are simply drilling for, you know, inspection and evaluation on that. So we'll see those borings take place probably the first week or weeks of September. That will help design or complete the engineering to about 90% for this. We'll then take that 90% to Caltrans for authorization. And with that, at that time, we know we'll have to do a CDP for that. So those two permits or authorizations will run parallel from that. We're looking at a groundbreaking date of late spring or summer of next year for that project. So that's the update on that. Stewart Street tanks, we get our bids tomorrow. So by design, we did not release an engineer's estimate for this project. So that way we would not lead any of our contractors with proposals or bid numbers. So that was removed from that, but did have 8 or 9 contractors out on site for our pre-bid meeting about a month ago. It looks, I've got probably 140 emails over the last 3 days inquiring about some of the RFP scopes for this. So we'll look forward to receiving those bids tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll take those bids for discussion and consideration at R&I on Monday. And then of course, it'll be back in front of you guys next week.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead and go to the board member committee and liaison reports. And you have all those in your packet, and I'm sure you've all reviewed them. And are there any board member statements or comments? Yes.
Yes, I have a misspelling in my R&I report on the bullet points on future agenda items. The first bullet point, I'm missing an S.
On what page?
This is on page 289. The first bullet point, I only have one S at the end of discuss, not 2.
Oh.
Okay. And then I wanted to comment on my RAC report.
Okay.
I reported on 2 meetings in this one because I was a little late for my May report to get to the agenda. So I was having issues trying to type with my hand here. But anyway, on the second one, they had members from the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board at that meeting that reviewed gave a lot of information on what their programs and projects were. And I thought, since we deal with the water board quite a bit, it would be helpful for the board and the public to know what kind of things that they are currently working on. And they also talked about the relationship between the state water board and the Central Coast Water Board and what the differences were between what they each oversaw. So I did go into a lot of detail on that, but I thought it would be helpful for the public and the board to see what it is the Central Coast Water Board is doing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of lengthy. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Yes, Director Farmer.
Thank you, President Scott. I just had an inquiry or two about why there wasn't a report for June with regard to the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve monthly meeting. When they have their annual meeting in January, they take a poll as to what meeting should we skip on in the summertime and people go on vacation, the type of thing. So this year there was no June meeting, so that's why there was no report. Thank you.
Thank you. And the June meeting for LAFCO was canceled too. So,
And I was going to say ditto for the fire. We did not have a June meeting for the Fire Protection Committee. Yeah.
anything else? There is one other typo. Did you want to find it? Because it's what you said.
I forget where you told me that was.
I'll find it. Here it is. Yeah, it's on page 303. Yeah. And it's the paragraph that starts out after a short break, CCSD General Manager McElhaney. And it's the second line from the bottom of that paragraph, and there's an L missing from the word public.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was time for a laugh, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that looks like a hairy subject there.
I move that we do not make that change.
Any other comments? Anybody and nobody in-house and nobody online?
No.
Okay, great. Well, I think we are I think we are on for section 8 of the agenda, future agenda items. Oh, sorry, 9. Yes, 9. Did you want to tell us what's on the future agendas? Maybe just the issues rather than just the specific agenda items?
Sure, for August?
Yeah.
Okay. Advertising for a position on the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Committee. Amending the project description for the Water Reclamation Facility Coastal Development Permit application and direct staff to file the amended project description with the County of SLO. Approve an agreement authorizing the transfer of ownership of the San Simeon Creek Stream Gauge Station from the USGS to the SLO County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Introduction of an ordinance adding chapter 4.30 to the CCSD Muni Code, establishing cross-connection regulations and adopting by reference the State Water Resources Control Board's cross-connection policy handbook. Adoption of a resolution amending the guidelines for the submission and tabulation of protests in connection with rate hearings under Proposition 218. Receive and file the fourth quarter budget report for fiscal year 24-25. And lastly, a public hearing to discuss and consider adoption of a resolution approving the final CCSD budget for fiscal year 25-26 and reserve for encumbrances for fiscal year 24-25.
Okay. Thank you. Anything from the board members? Yes.
Yes, thank you,
Director Gray.
President Scott. I have a couple. One I alluded to earlier, having to do with the municipal code and how it treats the special case in terms of transfers of water service, special case of multi-use properties, residential and commercial. I do think that it's worth a look by staff and council to see what we might need to clarify and tighten up in the language there. Well, if actually there's no, maybe we might need a subsection, special subsection for that. Because part of the problem I think we've had with that Main Street property, and there's a couple others, somebody mentioned in a communication, is that there's no really clear procedure spelled out for how to retire if a residential use is removed from a commercial property that was a mixed use property, how to permanently retire the residential portion of that property. And some other things might need to be dealt with in more detail to help us out. My other idea, which sounds like it might be out of the blue, but I think it has some relevance to the final budget deliberation next month, but it doesn't have to be done by next month, is I'm wondering if we can direct staff, however staff wants to choose to do it, maybe finance committee, a referral or whatever, to get an sort of a sense of how much of our budget in F&R in particular, in terms of both staff time and outlay of funds, is directed more or less specifically at tourist supportive and tourist facing facilities and activities. And I'm thinking especially the restrooms in the East and West Village, which are, I'm sure, 99% used by tourists. And maybe others. The ranch is going to be maybe a topic of that discussion. We know from with some comments have already been made about the final budget. And there may be some other street lighting. There may be some other activities that we do that we haven't really done sort of an accounting for in terms of especially staff time. How much goes into that? Now, I'll leave it to your imagination where this might go. There is a source, as you know, there's a agency, which is actually technically a county agency, but it's locally controlled. And it has to spend its money locally, which gets the money sent from the bed tax every year, which amounts to almost $500,000, I think now. And we have received money from them. We received a grant from them for the restroom at the skate ranch, at the skate park. So they are responsible for promoting tourism and supporting tourism in Cambria. So this might be give us some knowledge. We need to perhaps negotiate with them, the tourism board I'm talking about. So I don't know what the timetable would be, but it's kind of relevant for budget time to talk about it.
Yeah, thank you, Director Gray. I've actually been working on a grant for the tourism board for Veterans Hall, and using
Yeah, that's another one.
and using tourism as a mechanism when we talk about the wine and wildflower events and things of that nature. One of the things that complicates it, and Vice President Thomas might talk about it, is they're a little antsy about the 47,500 that they've already given us. And that was supposed to be spent within a year. And obviously we're over that mark due to obvious complications with the project. So we'll do the background and the research. We already have a staff report that's going to come forward for the August 4th special meeting for the Finance Committee, detailing out expenses for the ranch, the F&R budget, going into quite a bit of detail about the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranches financials to really work out some of the financial difficulties this district is having with ranch maintenance, because those are the comments I'm assuming you're alluding to. And while also staff is exploring grant opportunities from the tourism board. I'm not sure how the tourism board will take me applying for another grant while I'm still sitting with previous grant monies. That's going to be really difficult, I think, to sell, so to speak. But I've heard that Skate Camber has been really close to achieving their fundraising mark. So I think we're getting closer to the end of that project, hopefully. But with that, we can start doing an investigation and looking at staff time attributed to some of these facilities that are mostly used by tourism.
Thank you.
Once you have that, that report that you're going to do at the August 4th meeting for finance, will you send it to the board members?
Absolutely. I'm going to have Mr. Carmel go through it.
Okay.
There's a lot of details in there that I would like him to vet it, and then I can send to the board members.
Great.
I also have a memo that I was going to send to the board members regarding
Okay.
some of the content.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, President Scott. You kind of led into it. Skate Cambria getting close. It feels like we ought to be ready when they show us the money. Seems like that very next opportunity, if we could show good faith and all right, we've got the RFP agenda item ready to plug in. Because I'm sure once they've got that money and that Herculean task has been completed, it would be great to carry that wave.
That's a pretty easy lift for us in terms of preparing the RFP. Mr. Green and Mr. Reaper are now professional RFPers. So I don't think that'll be a difficult lift for us to have it in the queue and ready. I know that Director Dean has been working closely with Mr. Clark and communicating about those financials. I have conversations with Mr. Clark, basically saying, once you hit your mark, send over the bank statements verifying it's there, and then we immediately, and I don't know if that would be an agenda item for you to authorize us to go to RFP for that, to present all those financials and show them that they're there. Once you authorize that, we can have that RFP out.
Yes.
Is it appropriate for me to tell you what my latest update for Mr. Clark was?
Absolutely.
Okay, so as of the first of the month, they had about approximately $100,000 left to raise, but that did not include the funds that they have gotten the last couple of farmers market or the fundraiser that's coming up on the 19th that Shannon Covey from Robbins is helping them put on. So I'm sure that number is going to go down a little bit. And I believe there's another grant they think they're going to get. So they are getting close. And yeah, I think our MOU says it has to come before the board before we do an RFP.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Great. Anything else from the board members? Do we need to do public comment? Public, yes. Ms. Heinrichs.
Yes, I'd just like to repeat my request for an agenda item on the resolution suggested by Director Farmer that the district take a position on these illegal ICE raids. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll discuss that at the next agenda review meeting.
Do we also want to have an agenda item on the request by Ms. Sieber on putting deer signs on CCSD undeveloped parcels?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Yep,
That'd be great.
absolutely. We can investigate that and
Okay.
then,
I was gonna let her put it on my lot until she said it was gonna be a 10-foot banner, and I think.
She's doing a lot smaller signs too. She's just looking for a parcel to put a bigger one on as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody online?
No.
Okay, great. So I think, unless I hear something else, we're ready to adjourn. Okay,